Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 22nd, 2023 Planning Board meeting. If we could first please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, has everybody had the opportunity to review the meeting minutes of both May 3rd and May 8th?
Yes.
Any concerns, changes?
Motion to accept.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move into the regular portion of the meeting. First on the agenda, we have the Staples Plaza Battery Energy Storage System Expansion. This is a public informational hearing. Location is Compound Road. Anybody here for?
Should we open it anyway? No. Informational.
Yeah.
Why don't we hold it? They may be late.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next one. We have the Garden Lane Apartments. This is a public hearing. Old Compound Road and Garden Lane. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion? Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Jim coming tonight, or? Okay, okay.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. Caught me off guard a little bit there with the early start. So, we're here tonight to look at the Garden Lane Apartments. I think everybody is pretty familiar with the project, so,
If you could just introduce yourself.
oh, sorry.
All right.
I'm Steve Domofsky with Domofsky Architecture. I have Dan Collins from Hudson Engineering and Dan Sherman, Landscape Architect. So I'm just going to start off with a high-level overview of the project, and then we'll go from there. If anybody has any questions, obviously we'll stop, we'll answer. The project is about a 20-unit, two-story rental units. It's at Garden Lane and Arthur Lane in Yorktown. The property that we're working with is about 67,998 square feet. The building that we're proposing has 20 units. Like I said, it has 12 one-bedroom units and 8 two-bedroom units on 2 floors. The basement has a space for storage and maintenance equipment and things like that for the owner. It's a partial basement. The parking on the site, we have 20 units, which requires 30 parking spots. We've provided 34. And probably, there's a few extra spots that we could add on for visitors. So we're about 34 parking spots right now on site as it is. Two-story building. Just a little bit about the site. So site circulation is from right over here, two entrances in here and in through here. The main entrance to the building is on the plan north side. There's a paper street on one side. We have neighbors to the plan south of us, and one of the neighbors' property runs along the back of our along our property. So again, the main entrance, coming into a public lobby, public spaces, a rec room, and to the left and to the right are the apartment units, and second floor is pretty much the same thing, with just a few public spaces and then more apartments upstairs. At this point, we've been to all the boards. We went to the Architectural Review Board. They had some comments. We've addressed them. We went to the Conservation. We've addressed their comments. We got a couple memorandums late, one late today that I want to talk about a little bit. But I'll introduce the engineers, and then we'll come back to the memorandum that came out from the rec department. So I'll have Dan Collins come up and just talk about the engineering a little bit.
Make sure that's not upside down first. Good evening, Dan Collins, Hudson Engineering, the engineers for the project. Since the last time we were here, or since our last meeting, we've already discussed, we were actually required to widen this portion of the driveway access to about 26 feet. That was per fire code, so that a ladder truck can come in and safely stage their truck here so they can put out any fires, then they're still able to get out around the outside. In order to provide that, as well as maintain the landscape buffer on the side, we ended up raising up the grade around the building by about 2 feet or so. In doing so, we were actually able to provide now a third additional infiltration practice because now we'd have the separation from groundwater that we didn't before. So now we're actually able to treat the front entrance. It goes into the infiltration system to the left of the building. Most of the roof area and the parking area goes to the larger infiltration system to the side of the building and to the rear. That treats this entire area of impervious surface for this southern portion of the driveway. To maintain the landscaped area, we actually proposed a 6-foot wall immediately adjacent to the driveway. This allows space for a row of arborvitaes, which we'll talk about later, obviously. Each of these 3 systems has been sized to store 100% of the water, 100% of the 100-year storm event, which is about a 9-inch storm over 24 hours. The remaining runoff that we could not convey into these systems, we bring into a focal point system, which is a more of an engineered rain garden, which provides filtration for the entire water quality volume, as well as bypasses any storms of stronger intensity overland towards the existing brook that's off-site to the corner of the property. With all the systems in place, we're actually able to reduce the flows and the volumes from the site by about 50% across the board, which is actually a considerable amount of a treatment that we're providing. We are obviously providing, working with the DEP at this point, where they've seen this plan. Unfortunately, they can't continue. We need to have the negative declaration from you guys. So we're hoping that we can get that tonight at some point as well, because then they can move forward the DEP's more finalized review, tie up any loose ends. We were also able to actually verify the location of the 18-inch pipe that comes through the property. We ran some dive tests and dug some test pits along the length. We actually were also able to find out that there is an existing structure that's just in this location. So we're actually able to tie in our overflow from our focal point to that existing structure, which then continues down. So that eliminates any need to disturb the buffer area all the way down to the brook at the corner of the site. So we were actually able to accomplish that. I think that basically sums up the engineering, so.
Yeah,
Pass it on to Dan.
and just Dan Sherman, landscape architect, talk about a little bit about the trees and plantings.
Robin, if you could show L1, I think that's this one. Put this down. So L1 is a 20 scale, and it shows the whole site. I reviewed this before, but we're leaving a cluster of existing trees at the, I guess that's the south, so that's west. And there's another cluster way down here on the east side that will remain existing trees, taking out a lot of what turned out to be Norway maples. So I have 33 replacement trees coming in, and plus the 33 arborvitaes all along the south side to screen the homes that are along the south side. We're also retaining some trees up in this upper corner. Then there's an open space. The buffer has open space. We put wetland plantings deep into the buffer. This is a wetland buffer. And we're populating the woods. There's a lawn that sweeps into this corner, and we're putting some shrubbery to kind of repopulate the woods, which is all invasive stuff right now, with native shrubbery. And Robin, if you go to L2, I enlarged the building area to show the foundation plantings. And it's an interesting mix of both evergreen and deciduous things, mostly native, but we picked sort of the nicest ones of the native. But there's evergreen along the building, and then some highlights of some colorful things. These are silver berries that bloom white in the spring, turn red in the fall, the small trees. And there's winterberry and viburnums and things like that. So I can explain it in more detail if there are any questions.
So just to go back a little bit before we even started the project, there was we're all familiar with the Hoffman decision, and our intent is to basically stick with the Hoffman decision. I know Robin had a question for us, and in relation to the unit count, which was 18 were approved back then, plus 2 affordable units totaling 20. It's our intent to stick with those numbers: 18 affordable and 2 affordable. And 18 regular. I know we got the, so just to talk a little bit about the memorandum that came from the Parks and Rec Department, because I know there was some questions about open space and recreational space, how it's going to be used, where it's allocated and whatnot. So basically, Robin, if you could pull up our drawing, the architectural drawing, A1. Sorry, SP1. So, yep, so you can see in the upper right corner of our drawing. In the upper right corner is where we allocated our Parks and Rec space. And in this lower part over here, this is where our usable open space is located. Part of it is in a wetland buffer. I know there was some question of whether or not we can have these activities in the wetland buffer. In reading into the code does allow us to have these spaces in the buffer. And I'll read from, it's chapter 178-3, and it starts off, in their natural state, wetlands serve a myriad of valuable ecological functions important to the public welfare. These functions include, but are not limited to, the following: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, providing open space and visual relief from intense development in a rapidly growing area. So we've allocated that space, open space. It doesn't seem like they want to have activity. They just want to have some relief from congestion, which is what we're providing in our plan. And then, let's see, item number 11 says providing recreational areas, which is what we look at as our recreational space for hunting, fishing, boating, hiking, bird watching, photography, camping, and other uses. So I think we fall under that category for recreational space. There's no clear definition in the code what these mean. This was the only place that we could find it. It was the closest to what our situation is. So I think we're providing the space that's required. as close to the code as possible. There was also a mention in this memorandum that the numbers were a little bit off, but by code, we have to reduce the wetlands buffer area out of our calculations. I think, John, you had mentioned that one time at the meeting. Any regulated area gets reduced. So where they say it has to be 6795 square feet, that's right if there was no wetlands, but the wetlands area reduced it down to 5,886 is the requirement. And that's right on the bulk regulation sheet. It says the floor area ratio usable and the lot area square feet shall be calculated on the basis of a net area. That net area deducts the buffer zone. So that's where we got that from. Now, again, it does not make mention in the code anything about a building for this area. I just did a quick Google search, a definition of a rec area. And it says a facility, recreational facility, says a place, amenity, or piece of equipment provided for a particular purpose. Similar words, provisions, space. It's not, a building doesn't seem like it's required for this use. And again, we couldn't find anything in the code that even suggested that. So I just wanted to clarify that. I do want to make mention, I did see some of the neighbors were here. We do have, some of their requests have been addressed. They requested plantings all along the planned south side. We have that. We have a fence behind that on the other side. I think the other woman was asking that. We took the garbage and put it on the opposite side of the lot, so it's not on their side. It's on, they're really over here. We got to locate it all the way over here. I think we hit everything that they were looking for. I think we hit everything that the board was looking for. If there's any questions?
This is a public hearing, so we'll open it up to the public. If anybody has any questions, concerns, please come up to the mic.
It was actually on our list to start with a thank you for listening to us. You're welcome. And addressing our concerns as far as pushing it away from us, and so we're grateful for that. It was one thing I noticed, John, the last meeting, I wasn't here, but I watched it. There was some concern about light fixtures, whether they would be.
Do we have your name for the record?
Yes. I'm
Sorry, George Campolo, 3790 Old Crumpon. About the fixtures being tiltable or not, and you make sure so we don't wind up with lights pointed at us. The only other concern really would be together with the Bird bus facility, what the traffic on Garden Lane is going to be, especially when you come down and someone's waiting there to make a left turn for 10 years. So I don't know, maybe a quick change traffic light with a sensor. If there's a car there, the light will change. Or no left turn, or maybe cut the corner and by the bus place, so if you're making a right, you can go through without having to wait for someone making a left. But really, that's it. I mean, these guys pretty much addressed everything that we were concerned with as far as, the facility, the building itself. So I don't know what you could do as far as the traffic down the road between this and the other thing.
Okay, that's what you got?
That's
Any
what
other
I got
questions?
on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
How's everybody doing this fine day?
How are you?
I am awesome, thank you for asking. So PJ Comiskey, Vice Chair, Parks and Rec Commission. Let me just get to my notes. Just want to start out thanking each and every one of you. I don't necessarily agree with all of your decisions, but I absolutely have nothing but respect for you guys. You guys are charged to do something to see the future and do things for this town that some of us don't see, and that's why you're in the position that you're in, and others are in different positions. So obviously I have a position. My position is Parks and Rec. and I'm pretty passionate about my position. So one of these days, I'm going to just video one of these speeches, and I can just keep playing it for every new person that you guys have. So it's going to be pretty much the same thing over and over again. So here we are again in the R3 zone. So I'm not going to reread the memo I already sent you guys. You guys are very intelligent people, know how to read. So the biggest concern we have, it seems like it's just going to be passive area. Basically, what he's showing up on the screen right now compared to what he has on his planting plan. All he's doing is planting some trees into that area, planting some trees in the open area, and calling it a day for his recreational requirements. I read the code a little bit differently when it talks about especially the 1,200 square foot area, that it has to be an improved area for recreational, but here nor there. The main gist is the ambiguity in the code. It's going to keep biting us in the butt. So I'm planning on coming to the town board, again, absolutely nothing but respect for you people. But we have to close the loop on this ambiguity in the codes when it comes to rec fees and when it's due and when it's not. So this way there is any questions on anybody thinking they're taking sides or political aspirations or any of that. I know none of you have that. And I know all of you just do whatever is the best for the town. I truly and utterly believe that. So despite what other people write in the newspaper or say on the side, that's not how I believe. And I'm pretty sure I share the same feeling with the Parks and Rec Commission. Back to this specific one, using the wetland buffer as recreational space. I'll leave it to your intelligence on whether or not that's allowed. The one thing that keeps recurring, and I'm going to go back to use one of the words from one of you in one of the last hearings that we had, where you talked about the intent is to mitigate the impact to the planning resources. Whatever part of a developer is giving some kind of recreational use or recreational piece of property or recreational fee. It's for the mitigation of the future rec. Well, the problem that I have is, say if they do put a nice playground facility here, and that playground facility will keep the children that may live in these 20 apartments, okay. What's not being mitigated is the impact to Granite Knolls facility and the people that play in not just the kids' sports, in men's leagues, in pickleball, in basketball, use the gazebo. The legacy field that I'm sure you guys know, right now we're in the process of looking out for bids and interviewing people to replace that turf. And despite what we think we have in the best intentions of trying to have that turf replacement fee that we collect from everybody that uses the field, not even close to what we're going to need. And eventually we're going to have to replace that. So there's no mitigation of an open space to the use of Legacy Field, Downing Park, DeVito Field, where we all love to go watch our summer concert series that'll be starting soon. So these are the facilities that we love about Yorktown. These are facilities that take effort, that take resources, and take money to repair. I'm not asking you to plug a hole in the budget. I'm asking you guys to have the foresight to understand what these developments are having to the town, what they bring to the town, the population they bring to the town, and the impact they have on those other resources. That's what I ask of this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
I come to a lot of meetings to get a lot of knitting done, as people know. Good evening, Susan Siegel. There are 3 points I want to make, on this application. One, I want to thank the applicant, thank the board for honoring the 1990 Hoffman decision on the 2 affordable units. I urge you that if and when you get to an approval resolution, that one of the conditions is that those affordable units be guided by Section 339 of the zoning code that guides the affordable housing law that was recently amended by the town. And you might incorporate the Community Housing Board, which is one of the advisory boards that oversees this process. So again, thank you for that. Second, I want to support Mr. Kaminsky on the rec fee. And two points I want to make to supplement his. In the code, ambiguous as it is, there is a clear phrase that talks about you can reject the set aside of open space for other reasons. And I think there are many other reasons that Pat just identified and enumerated on. And also, if you look at the intent of the law, it does talk about the recreation needs of future residents. It's not just the needs of the residents of these 20 units. So I urge you to please give careful consideration to doing the rec fee. And also, I'm curious, has an FAR been calculated for this development? I find it very interesting because they talked about the subtraction of the wetlands, and as you know, subtraction of wetlands from R3 zones and wetland subtractions has been an issue in other developments. So it'd be very interesting to see what the FAR is for this proposed one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Come on up. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Allah Kasaji. I live in 3800 Old Crown Bound. I think I talked to you, and that's interesting about how the interest it will be for this development is from both sides or just from Garden Lane. How they will go to their apartment and what they will do for what will they do for the paper street? They will use the paper street as a parking, or how just to go inside the apartment? What they want to do with it? So that's a question for him. I don't know if he could answer me for that. And if there is one entrance or two entrances to the building.
So, we had a traffic study done early on.
Just if you could speak into the mic.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, so we had a traffic study done early on in the project to establish that, because we also were concerned about how we're getting in and out of the property safely. We are not using the right-of-way, the town right-of-way, that's along here. We do have two entrances into the facility, one here and one here. This is the primary entrance right over here. The front door is right over here. And this is exit only on this side. And this is entrance only, or sorry, this is entrance and egress on, in and out from up top. This is only entrance.
So you're using the paper street to you make
No,
it?
we're not.
Guys,
using
I'm
the
sorry.
street.
If you could just,
Yep,
you gotta talk
we're
to
not
the
using
mic.
the paper street at all. We're basically coming in from Garden Lane,
From Garden Lane.
yeah, into the property.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody from the board? John?
I don't have anything at this time.
Counselor?
I don't have anything at this time.
Okay, once again, anybody from the public? All right. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing with the 10-day written period of comment for the
Motion.
Garden Lane Apartments?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I was gonna say one thing.
Oh, go ahead.
The neg deck, is that something that that you guys can push
We're
forward
not
on?
ready for that tonight.
No?
No.
Okay,
Okay?
all right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, well, I'll give them a minute to
The guy from
pack up.
Solar came. The first guy. He's in the back.
They did net the far out.
What's that? If they are?
Wilson net.
Pen, oh, sorry. I used it to sign the files at the same meeting.
What's next?
We'll go, let's see. Pascal said someone showed up from the Staples. Did anybody show up from the Staples?
Somebody says something.
No? Okay, next on the agenda, we have the Dell Avenue Solar Project. This is an adjourned public hearing. Location is Dell Avenue.
Holy friggin' Christ.
Been a while.
How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to see everybody. David Steinmetz from the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz here this evening representing Sol Systems.
Hang on one second. Hey, guys, if you could, if there's any questions, if you could go out in the hallway. Thank you. Sorry.
I am joined this evening by my partner Jody Cross, by Rennie Friedman and Eric Alvezdesa from Sol Systems, Brian Stoos, our project engineer from TRC, and the owner of the property, Matt Matthews, whom you will recall. Sol is a contract vendee of the subject property, and we are here in connection with a community solar array located at Dell Avenue and Route 100, right across from Route 134. We were last here back in November. I think it was actually November 14th when your public hearing was open. We made a presentation. We have spent the last 6-7 months revising the site plan, working as a team, working with our neighbors, and in particular focusing on the visual impact analysis, the VIA. The site itself is a 62-acre, really interesting piece of property. Jody and I have actually been working on that property for probably 8 to 10 years in different, 12? Okay, 12, but who's counting? The development, however, on this 62 acres is a 15-acre area. A 15-acre area of disturbance containing 2 different arrays. On the slide in front of you, you can see the southern array that's being pointed to there. That's approximately 7 acres in size, and the northern array, approximately 2 acres in size. We're in the R160 zoning district, and as I said, we have been working on a number of things. In addition to the visual assessment, TRC has been working on the stormwater pollution prevention plan. I don't know if Dan CRC is here tonight, but we've been working with Dan and his staff trying to advance finalizing the SWIP. We expect that to be done hopefully next month. Eric and Rennie and their technical squad have been working with Con Edison regarding the interconnection to the public utility network and grid. But as I said, most significantly, we've really been working on visual assessment. I want to talk for a moment about what we think to be the benefits of this project. First and foremost, we have to remember when we're dealing with solar, and I know this is not your first and only solar application that you have handled, but it is important for the record, for the public, for our neighbors to recall. The state agenda here in New York is really anchored by a clean energy standard. It's kind of unambiguous. I think it's incumbent upon those in the state to possibly scale up solar energy, and it's actually critical to the state's climate priorities. Interestingly enough, New York State has a goal of 100% carbon-free grid by the year 2040 and 70% renewable electricity generated by 2030. If we're going to hit those goals, if we're going to do what the state has mandated, and we're going to try to be sustainable and green, we actually have to figure out how to get renewables out there and how to commit to some kind of solar concept. I learned in preparing for this hearing that this actually aligns more with Yorktown's commitment to long-term sustainability than I even realized. There's actually data out there that the town of Yorktown is a recipient and beneficiary of green energy more so than many other towns throughout the county. It's actually considered to be a leader, a top participant in Sustainable Westchester's community solar program. And that's what we're here about, is providing a solar array that ultimately would allow the public to avail themselves of solar energy to find a way to reduce their own electrical bills and at the same time enrich and improve environmental quality. So in looking at this, one of the first things that we've got to do is figure out what are the environmental impacts. Obviously, the project itself seems to be something that's environmentally beneficial, but we're removing trees, we're creating some visual issues that have to be identified, there are stormwater issues that have to be identified, and therefore we have to determine whether or not this project is going to have a significant adverse environmental impact. So the next thing that we did, and you heard me talk about this months ago, and I know some have disagreed with why we're making this comparison, is taking a step back. Jody, you said 12 years? 12 years ago. 12 years ago, Jody and I, on behalf of the then prior owner of this property, came before the town and filed an application for a rezoning of this property, a rezoning to multifamily residential to allow for age-restricted multifamily townhouses. And we spent the better part of, John, 2.5 years going through a full-blown environmental review process under the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act, SEQRA. That project got a positive declaration, went through a full-blown analysis. Why is it relevant? It's relevant because the town ultimately, in its wisdom, your board, in its wisdom, concluded that there was no significant adverse environmental impact associated with what looks like what I've called the caterpillar on that screen. 68 multifamily townhouses, ironically located, not so ironic, in almost the identical location as the solar arrays. So Jody and I were successful on behalf of that client, getting the property rezoned, completing the secret process, taking it up to final site plan approval, but it never actually received final site plan approval. Our client ultimately passed away. The estate ended up with that property, and the lender on that property ultimately ended up taking it back as a result of a foreclosure. Enter Matt Matthews. What Matt and we did 9 years later, 10 years later, was ask ourselves, what does Matt do? Does he resurrect the residential development that the town had already effectively approved, or does he explore something different and possibly examine solar as an option? You weren't all on the board, but Matt, was it about 2 years ago? It was during COVID, at the beginning of COVID, Matt and I came before the town and we presented an option because we had already started a residential development for 64 multifamily residential townhouses. The engineers had been hired, the plans had been rendered, we were starting it up. But we came before the town and we took a pause and said, we can really go in one of two directions, because Matt had two options. He could resurrect the residential development, or he could pursue the solar, because he had a solar company that was interested, a preeminent solar company that was interested. We took straw poll votes in front of both the town board and the planning board. Nothing was binding. Nobody was tying anybody's hands behind their back. But please remember that we came before the town of Yorktown. He insisted that I go before the town of Yorktown to get a read on what we thought was the most appropriate thing. We got a pretty more than gentle nod to go pursue the solar, and that's what we've done. So very quickly, looking at the comparison between the caterpillar of residential and the solar arrays, it's fascinating. We had originally gotten 19 acres of disturbance approved. We're down to 15 acres. We originally had 6 acres of impervious surface area completed SECRA successfully. We're down to under an acre. We had multiple vehicles coming and going, peak and non-peak hours. We're down to about 6 to 12 maintenance visits a year for a solar array. So I only bring us back to Croton Overlook and that residential project because it's important to understand that we were looking at the environmental impacts. We were examining what was going on, and we were doing this comparative analysis. Now, your conservation board, and I bet some of our neighbors, will talk about tree removal. We are removing 12 acres of trees in order to build the array. That was the removal of 12 acres of trees in order to build the residential subdivision. The difference is, and don't lose the difference is the solar project offsets carbon and greenhouse gas impacts to the equivalent of adding 2,000 acres of forest. Residential development, and you guys all know, I stand up in front of this board many a night advocating for residential development. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing un-American with residential development. But residential development has an adverse impact on carbon. The project, housing project, would need to plant 900 acres of trees to counterbalance its carbon footprint. So if I take a step back and I try to analyze on balance the solar project versus a residential project, I kind of feel like we did the right thing after 12 years. We came in with the right project. Additionally, we would be contributing about $130,000 to the town's tree fund. Am I correct about that, Eric? Yeah. At least. One of the things that Sol did in laying out their site plan here at the very outset was try to figure out how to minimize the removal of trees. They actually, and we explained this to you at the last session of the hearing, and I want to remind you, they normally take, we'll call it a factor of X beyond their array to minimize the shading on their solar array, to maximize the production of energy. In this instance, they are taking 3 to 4 times worse shading inefficiency. They're allowing for more shading inefficiency to allow more proximity of tree canopy, as well as increasing the tree buffer along Sawmill River Road, improving the site entrances with additional planting, and trying to mitigate visual impacts. On the issue of visual impacts, when the town was lead agency under SECRA for the residential development, we did a visual assessment. Same kind of thing we're doing now. We had to analyze the visual impact of 68 houses, 68 roofs, 68 driveways being visible from the neighbors and from vantage points throughout the town. The determination that this town made in 2011, the high-tension power lines will have a, quote, greater existing visual impact than any potential view of the Croton Overlook project roof line. The Croton Overlook project's roof lines were at 28 feet, 28-foot roof peaks, as opposed to a solar array dropped down to a 10-foot height. The solar panels, in our estimation, are clearly less visually impactful than 68 homes. But that wasn't good enough. We obviously, for John and Robin, for you all as lead agency, for our neighbors, we had to get into a greater analysis of visual impact. So we turned to TRC and to Brian Stoos to assist us in performing a professional, expert-oriented visual analysis. You all provided us with a number of vantage points throughout the town, which you've seen, Turkey Mountain, a bunch of different locations that are distant, as well as obviously making sure that we were respectful of our neighbors in Newcastle and Random Farms, and our neighbor on Hog Hill Road, who obviously you all are aware is present and has retained counsel. Brian, do you want to just briefly explain what went into the visual assessment? Please.
My name is Brian Stoos. I work for TRC as the environmental permitting project manager on this project. I have 17 years of experience consulting on a variety of projects across the country and New York State. Our visual team at TRC is New York based with approximately 40 years of collective experience and has worked on a range of solar projects across New York from less than 5 megawatts to greater than 250 megawatts capacity. A comprehensive and thorough line of sight analysis was performed from 16 locations, including the same locations as the Croton Overlook line of sight analysis, from 5 Yorktown residences, and from 5 Random Farm residences. We will walk through one line of sight analysis for each one of these categories in a couple moments. Based on the line of sight analysis, the project is either completely obstructed by existing topography or screened through many trees and or not discernible due to distance at several line of sight points. The remaining lines of sight show views fully screened through trees during leaf-off conditions. It is our belief that there will not be any views of the project with leaves on. Additional photo simulations were performed at 4 locations on the neighbor's property because they are the closest neighbor and they share a large property boundary. These simulations lead to the conclusion that views of the project will be non-existent or not significant. As I mentioned previously, 16 line of sight analyses were performed. 6 were at the Croton Overlook locations. Those are numbered 1 through 6 on the figure shown. 5 were at the Random Farm residences, which are labeled numbers 9 through 13. 2 were at residences west of the project, numbers 7 and 8. And then 3 at the nearest neighbor's residence, numbers 14 through 16. The first line of sight is from the Kitchwan Preserve north of the project. The top half of the figure is on recent aerial photography and shows the project location, major landmarks, including transmission lines, Croton Reservoir, the North County Trailway. And it shows distance markers between the line of sight location and the project. The bottom half is a profile view developed using recent LiDAR and shows elevations on the left, distance on the bottom, all of the same major landmarks as above, and a line of sight for a person standing at the Kitchwan Preserve. Please note the greater than 300 feet of screening from trees, the distance to the project, which is greater than half a mile, and the existing transmission poles and lines.
Let me just jump in for a second, Brian. And focusing on the transmission poles, I did it quickly, but I want to make it clear for the record. Those are the transmission poles. Those are the transmission lines that you, as lead agency 11, 12 years ago, concluded were more impactful and more, from a visual standpoint, than 68 homes being built in the same location. 68 homes at 28 feet with lights and families and life inside. Those transmission poles, and almost all of us walk the property together. I walked the property with almost every single one of you. We all know, as we walked it, the transmission poles are quite visible from the site. They're quite visible from Route 100. They're visible from 134 as you approach 100. We all know the transmission poles as they cross through the town in that area.
The next line of sight we will look at is from the Random Farms residences. This is the nearest residence from the Random Farms to the project. It's approximately 900 feet from the tree clearing boundary and 1,000 feet from the nearest panels. Note the sightline from this residence goes through 800 feet of trees. All of the Random Farm residences' sightlines go through at least 600 feet of trees, and the others are further from the project.
So the closest Random Farms is how far, Brian?
1,000 feet from the nearest panels, 900 feet from the nearest tree clearing.
And just so the board is aware, Jody and I have been actively engaged with a representative on behalf of Random Farms and those neighbors. So we've been speaking to their representative. We've provided materials. There's an open line of communication. I wanted the board to be aware, even though they're Newcastle residents, Robin and John have made sure we're quite respectful of those neighbors and have engaged with them.
The next line of sight analysis is number 15, and it's from the nearest neighbor's property. 3 line of sight analyses were taken from this residence, and all have their views blocked by a rise in elevation about 350 feet from the house. A pool house is 200 feet closer to the project than the house, but views are still blocked by the rise in elevation. At the top of the hill, approximately 350 feet from the residence, the views are still screened by 370 feet of trees. This line of sight is towards the southern arrays, but those towards the northern arrays still show the view from the residence and the yard blocked by the hill. David?
Thanks. So this is a very important illustration. We're extremely mindful of this particular neighbor. I think you all know that. Again, when we walked on the property together, we spent a great deal of time on our property looking up the cliff at that neighbor's property. Our neighbor has a 33-acre magnificent estate. Our neighbor has, in his own words, explained that a lot of this is beautiful wooded land. We understand there to be a swimming pool, a tennis court, a pavilion. I think I explained to some of you that my client, at the time that I was going through the rezoning of this 60-plus acre site, owned that 33-acre estate. My client had, I believe, 3 different golf holes on that property. A par 4 going out, a par 3 coming back, and a par 4 going back out again. I say that simply to give you some sense of what's cleared on that property. There's a substantial area that's cleared, and when we do some zooms later of that, some zoom-ins, not zoom in the new colloquial version, when we do some visual zoom-ins of that property, you will see, and you can kind of get it on the right side of this screen, Eric, if you just cursor around, there's a lovely cleared area for a magnificent home, amenities, without question. There's even more wooded area surrounding it. To us, that's extremely important. Completely mindful that our neighbor has absolutely every right to enjoy their property. This is a very unique residential property. We tried to bring this to life a little bit. Eric, if you just trace the common property boundary with me, going up, I guess kind of to the north and then banking across, that is a 2,300 linear foot common property boundary. Everyone, picture when you get home tonight how much common property you share with your neighbor. You share 75 feet, 120 feet, some distance of area. We all have it. That's 2,300 linear feet of common property boundary. That is the distance, if we all decided right now to get outside and take a walk, we would take a walk from here to Starbucks, and that's about 2,300 linear feet of common property boundary. It's significant because that has to be factored into and taken into account in terms of how we analyze your solar code. We did the analysis, and we believe, and we're going to explain it in greater detail, Brian is, that in the triangular area, Eric, help me, at the point right there closest to our property, that's kind of the area of primary impact. That's unquestionably where analysis had to be conducted. That area is about 125 feet from end to end. That's about the length of Town Hall. So unquestionably, we spent a great deal of time in there. That's very different from the 2,300 full linear feet, and that's the area that we think required a greater analysis. We believe in a leaf-on condition, and we were all there together, I think, in November with a leaf-off condition. A leaf-on condition, there's probably no visual impact at all. With a leaf-off condition, there are, as we will show you, minimal, if any, visual impacts. You could certainly see hundreds of feet of trees, of trunks of trees. But we don't believe that there's an adverse impact. We don't believe it triggers your solar code. And it's interesting. The industry standard that Seoul experiences elsewhere throughout the region and the country, a distance of 50 feet is deemed screened. 125, 140, 150 feet out, 200 feet to the array and parts, we actually think we do quite a good job of avoiding any impact. Brian, you want to talk a little bit about, or are we going? What slide are we going to next here, Eric? There we go. Thank you. This slide actually does a tremendous job of showing, because it actually brings it to life. The green area on the right side of this slide is our neighbor's primary area of open enjoyment. That's why it's green. It's grassed, it's obviously fertilized, it's cared for, maybe it's irrigated. Everything in brown, like our property, is wooded. So the distance from our neighbor's area of clearing to our array is quite considerable. Nobody on our team is saying that our neighbor should not be able to venture out on our neighbor's property and enjoy the property. The question is, at what point is a visual impact that your code deems requirement for mitigation? We believe that there are extremely limited views from VP1, VP8, and VP9, and if you can, and what Eric is doing is showing us where VP1, VP8, and VP9, they're all in that 125-foot kind of hypotenuse of the triangle that I referred to earlier. Your zoning code requires the following. Large-scale solar projects must be fully screened from adjacent residential properties. It actually doesn't tell us what fully screened means. You've gotten written submissions from our neighbor that maintains fully screened means invisible. You can't see anything whatsoever. I submit to you that's not what the code says. The code actually says large-scale solar energy systems shall be fully screened from adjacent residential properties, streets, or roads on which it fronts or is visible from, and any other views which the planning board determines is necessary. So I would submit to you that there are three things that are critical in doing a visual analysis. One is the phrase fully screened. If something is visible and the concept of necessity is relevant in your analysis. Why do I say that? You all, and I think the chair certainly knows this, and others who've been dealing with this issue longer than some of the newer members of the board, when the town adopted its initial solar law, you had some things that surfaced in the town in residential areas, and by residential areas, I'm talking about typical residential areas in Yorktown, half-acre lots, third-acre lots, one-acre lots, where one neighbor was able to see a ground-mounted solar array in the backyard of another neighbor. And I'm specifically referring to Foxden Estates in 2020, 2021, Jordan Drive, and the fact that one neighbor in Foxden Estates was able to look out their back window in their kitchen and see that their neighbor had installed a ground-mounted solar array right there in the backyard. I've been there, I've seen it, I got the phone call when it was installed. You all changed the law at that time.
No, they did.
The town, in its wisdom, changed the law at that time. You wanted to make sure that in that residential to residential context, in that Yorktown context, in that kitchen window, when Sharon Tarkin looked out her kitchen window, that she wasn't going to be staring at her neighbor's ground-mounted solar array. And you did. The town did. Sergio, it was even before you were on the town board. You can't take credit for it.
Right.
The town board did. Were you?
21 now.
No. Town board took the right approach. They did the right thing. We suggest to you that you cannot ignore that as absolutely relevant for how to apply your solar law. Your solar law was written about visibility, not just fully screened. Because if we're going to adopt the fully screened concept, then we're going to have to go along 2,300 linear feet, and I don't think that's what your law contemplated, and figure out along 2,300 linear feet what we're doing. No. We're going to walk 2,300 linear feet. We're going to find out what might be visible, and there is a small area that with real good eyes, maybe through the trees 4 months out of the year, there may be something. But now go back with me 11 years. The reason I talk to you about Croton Overlook is it is completely unreasonable and irrational for you to analyze this. And with all due respect to our neighbor, and I respect my neighbor, or a fan of the neighbor, while that neighbor may be out pitching movies and Pepsi, I'm out 3 nights a week pitching land development in front of planning boards. And I have to deal with the reality of land development. And land development requires that we conduct ourselves in a reasonable and pragmatic and thoughtful way, and that we act neighborly. And you all need to know, for the last several months, we have tried to present options that would allow for, we actually don't think there's a visual impact. But the only way to potentially throw something in here that might be beneficial would be to put some screening possibly on the neighbor's property. I don't even know if it would be of any real genuine value, but it's a lot more beneficial than putting something at the property line. It was rejected. So we attempted to do the neighborly thing here. Sol attempted to do the neighborly thing here. Having said that, it was rejected. So we finished our visual assessment. We presented it to the town. We do not think we have an adverse impact. We do not think we violate the town's code based upon necessity, visibility, and full screening, because full screening doesn't mean invisible, despite what you're going to be told. Brian, you want to take us through the visual analysis?
So in this figure here, the yellow and red lines are showing high visibility flagging that represent the project, which was hung in November, so that we then went up to the neighbor's property at the 9 viewpoint locations there and took photographs to see what could be seen through the trees at that time of year. And I believe I said it was mid-November when those photos were taken. The neighbor's team identified the 9 potential viewpoints where we took the photos from. Additionally, we logged using a GPS unit the existing mesh fence, which generally tracks the project boundary, other than right at the corner, it cuts in a little bit. It's represented by the teal dashed line. Now, this mesh fence at the property boundary is 7 feet tall and obstructs the passage between the properties. You see there are small squares in the mesh that can be seen later in the photographs as blurred lines. And in December, we went back to take photos from these viewpoints in full leaf-off conditions.
And just to be clear, that's on the neighbor's property.
That is on the neighbor's property, that mesh fence line.
Make sure when you're explaining photographs, you explain what photographs were taken from the neighbor's property.
So this photo simulation analysis resulted in the shown figure. It depicts field of vision cones from each viewpoint. The viewpoints are in red dots. The field of visions are the dotted lines for those that have no view of the project. And they're shaded for those that you could see the flagging from. We'll walk through these viewpoints one by one. And it is TRC's professional opinion that the project is compliant with the town code and no unscreened views are expected from anywhere on the property. From the vast majority of the property, the project will not be discernible. Although the project will be visible from some discrete locations, the views are fully screened by natural buffers. And as is customary for the visual impact analyses, all of the following visuals are the worst case scenarios taken in leaf-off conditions.
We can move through them one by one, but expeditiously.
Okay. The first one is viewpoint 7. It's 485 feet from the arrays and 120 feet to the mesh fence line. You can see here that the cone of visibility is a dotted line. You cannot see the project from this location. Here are the existing conditions taken on a December day, which was clear, good conditions for photography.
Photograph taken from the neighbor's property.
Yep, photograph taken from the neighbor's property.
I think all the photographs.
All the photographs are from the neighbor's property at this point. All the trees but the evergreens are shown in almost complete leaf-off condition. The next shows the project simulation in the background. This perspective is from that of a 6-foot tall person.
And Eric is right now flashing it on and off, so you can see it without and then see it on. Am I correct? He's toggling back and forth. So if you look in the center of the photograph, you can see it go from, thank you, off on, off on. 10 feet in height, no lights, no families, no driveways, no cars.
Next viewpoint is viewpoint 5, also taken from the neighbor's property. Viewpoint 5 is variable distances from the project, but is not closer than 800 feet at its nearest location. It is 240 feet from the mesh fence. It was chosen along with viewpoint 4, which will be next, because they are closer to the residents, not as far of a walk into the woods. And at this viewpoint, the tree cover was too dense and the site was too far away to accurately depict a photo simulation. So that the background site could not be detected, and Eric will show you with his pointer where the project would be located.
Distance again away in that spot, about 800 feet, you said?
800 feet at minimum, but most of it's further.
So we couldn't even conduct the analysis. The computer wouldn't allow the panels to be shown on there.
Correct.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So I remember there was reference to a dog walking path where this was visible. Are these taken from that path or just random points in the forest?
These are taken from points in the forest as chosen by the neighbor's team. We will get to the dog walking path at viewpoint 9.
I think, Rob, some of these points are actually closer to the property line and the mesh fence than the dog walking path. Eric, am I correct?
I don't know the exact location of the walking path. I'm going to do my best just in terms of like when you zoom in, you can see a
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're gonna, yeah. Sorry.
My name's Eric Alves de Sa. I'm the project development manager for Soul Systems. The best that we can do from satellite imagery is to depict is that the walking path is approximately, I'm going to try and trace it out. This isn't going to be exact, but it is going to be pretty representative. We do think that VP 5 and 4 are pretty close to it. It tracks here to VP 9. Around VP 7 is pretty close to it, and then it tracks back here.
Is any portion of it outside on the sole side of the mesh fence?
No.
At no time did we take photographs on the other side of the mesh fence, did we?
Not for this photo simulation exercise, no.
I imagine that the contention is gonna be that they could stand on the property line.
No question.
Are any of these photos taken from the property line?
We actually weren't even asked to do that by the neighbor's consultant because of
Okay.
the mesh fence.
Because ultimately, you know, when Eric was doing the flashing there, the contention is gonna be that it's visible. But
And-
what is the impact to a reasonable person is really what's at play here.
And to jump in on that, Robin and myself did walk the path, and we got to the point, and I forget the exact location we're at, and we were asked if we could see, and you could see the flags.
Right.
So from the property line, and I said it when I was out there, when you go out to this property, you feel like you've been dropped in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
It really is, it's just, you're
Magnificent.
you're in the woods. But from the property line is where you could see the flags.
Sure.
So I think that was ultimately the issue.
Yeah,
Okay.
just a couple more points of clarification. This image shows the 9 viewpoints that were collaboratively selected between both parties, where there was potential concern for a possible view. There are a couple of points here that are really close to the property line. Those were not requested for photo simulations to be produced there. I don't think that they're as frequently visited. Now, we are talking about this mesh fence line. It doesn't track the property line. It does cut in at this corner. So I don't think at any point anybody stood at the very, very corner because of that 7-foot mesh fence. But we will get to the 2 viewpoints that are the closest and on the mesh fence line.
So that's an actual fence.
Yeah, I'll flip back to the photo.
So it's there for, it's not there to delineate the property line.
No.
It's there for protection.
You'd have to ask the applicant, excuse me, the neighbor's team is here, you can ask them.
All right, well-
I think it may be deer fence oriented, but that's speculative.
And if I could, when I was out there, again with Robin, the applicant's attorney and team said the resident has gone through every possible means to kind of shield any kind of development of any kind. So it was like a bamboo mesh fence that was getting put up along the property.
Prior to anything being done.
Yeah.
If I could clarify that, Mr. Chairman?
Are we gonna be interrupting, because I don't wanna,
We'll come back to it.
give us a minute and
come
we'll come back.
I could clarify what the fence is made of. It's an orange typical
Come back.
deer
He
fence.
can't,
We'll come back to that in a minute.
you better speak at the mic.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Want to continue?
All right, viewpoint 8 is going to be our next one. Viewpoint 8 had 2 photo simulations performed at it, one facing the southern arrays and one facing the northern arrays. Viewpoint 8 is 420 feet from the southern arrays, and the existing conditions are shown here. Next is a view of the proposed project, which is indiscernible from this location. The next 2 viewpoints are looking down at the northern arrays. Viewpoints 1 and 8 are approximately 270 feet from the northern arrays and are the closest viewpoints to the project. Here are the existing conditions from viewpoint 8. You can see the orange snow fencing as a visual reference. These photos were taken with the camera lens pressed directly against the fence through the holes in the mesh to get a clear photo through the fence, though you can still see some blurring from the fence.
Rich, I don't believe you and Robin went beyond that point.
No, I believe we walked along the fence.
Right, and because it does begin to drop precipitously from there.
And I know we've got a very intense presentation here. And I think the long and short of it is, when we went out there, we were able to visibly see what would be the development, the proposed solar. And again, I think the way the code is written is the question here. So we've got an objection from a neighboring property that they'll be able to see this development. And the way our code is written, it's supposed to be screened. It's fully screened. So I think that's really the $1 million question here. You know, we can go through, and it's very detailed presentation and very well done, especially those profiles you did. Long and short is when you're out there walking that property, as we did, we were able to see the flagging. And that's, I think, the question here. So, and not to get in between the two.
Understood.
I think there's been some proposals to screen it that have been, and we'll hear from, I'm sure, the representatives in a minute, that have been turned down.
So and Eric, roll with me as best you can. That's clearly an absolute worst case scenario, and that is a view from the worst location, the most sensitive location on the neighbor's property, looking at the northern array. Unquestionably, one can see arrays in that area. There are two ways to deal with that. One is to back up and in the wooded area between the dog walk and that mesh fence, put in some form of vegetation. Doesn't have to be an impenetrable berm and location of trees, because obviously the neighbor should be able to enjoy as much of the property as the neighbor enjoys. So broken up berming and landscaping. Any notion of doing that, which we had presented options, was rejected. The other option is that. I'm not a Boston Red Sox fan, but we could attempt to build a green monster right at the property boundary. That would be a fence designed to fully, completely, unmistakably make the array behind it invisible. More than fully screened, that would be completely, totally, unquestionably invisible. It would probably be 20 to 24 feet in height. And I do not believe, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and council, that that's what the town codified when it wrote its code in 2021 and used the phrase fully screened in conjunction with the words visible and necessary. So what you all have to grapple with is what you do every single night you have a planning board meeting. And that is make a pragmatic, reasonable, rational analysis of how best to deal with the situation. Your code was written for Foxden Estates. Your code was written for half-acre residential to residential. Your code wasn't written for a 2,300 linear foot common property boundary with a 62-acre property on one side and a 33-acre property on the other side. So that's the situation we've got. So what we tried to do, and what we've been trying to do for 6-7 months, which is why you haven't seen us, we've been trying to wrestle with this. We do not want my client, Mr. Matthews, Sol, do not want to be bad neighbors in the town of Yorktown. They want to fulfill the state's mandate. They want to have a green, sustainable project. And despite what you're going to hear from some are going to say, you know, you got to take solar arrays, you got to put them in open farmlands. Well, this is Yorktown. It's not Nebraska. We don't have a ton of that in the town of Yorktown. And that's probably going to be more visible to neighbors than putting it in a kind of a wooded hollow. We all walked it together. We spent an hour walking it. It's pretty thoroughly, naturally hidden from Dell, from Route 100, from 134, from Random Farms, from everything. But we happen to have a neighbor with 33 acres, and if the neighbor walks the dog all the way to the edge of the property, you know what? You may see some solar array. And no one else in the room may like it besides Jody, but you can walk the property to the edge of the line, and you're going to see 68 single townhouses with lights and driveways and families. And that makes no sense. That's not what the sustainable code was designed for. That's not what the state has mandated. That's not what we should be trying to do if we're going to fulfill the mandate of actually having some solar arrays somewhere in town. This is an excellent place to do it. And I'm actually somewhat confident that our neighbor endorses the notion of appropriate sustainable energy. And we need to figure out whether this can be done here, because I think actually it needs to be done here. And maybe with some encouragement from the town, it actually can be done here. Otherwise, Mr. Matthews is going to turn back to me and say, resurrect the zoning petition and come back. I don't want to do that. He doesn't want to do that. We're happy to answer any questions. Eric, Rennie, if there's anything more you want me to add?
I got a question.
Nope, yep, go ahead.
Go.
What changes, if any, did you make? You submitted a brand-new set of papers, new site plans, and everything else. What's the difference in the current submission versus the last one that we went to public hearing on?
The primary changes in the site plan include some refinement of the stormwater management features. We submitted a second submission to New York City DEP of our SWIP. In the time since we've been here last, we've also been in close coordination with Con Edison. We've had a couple of visits to the site. Our original site plan proposed tying in to an existing utility pole on Sawmill River Road and coming directly across where the project fronts with Sawmill. We knew that that would open up a view corridor to the project, because for those overhead poles, you need to clear and keep clear 10 feet to either side. So at significant cost to the project, we've relocated that Con Edison interconnection up Dell Ave. It'll tie into the site right around here and won't be visible from either Sawmill or Route 134. That was another major change, because we know how sensitive that this location is to visual impacts, not only from the neighbor's property on the east side, but from the north of the project, from the west of the project, from the vehicular traffic up and down Route 100, not so much on Dell Ave because there's not too much traffic there. But that was another big one, because we are sensitive to the visuals. And the last but not least change to the site plan was an interior change, simply to extend the access road to that interconnection point. I think maybe where your question was going was, what visual mitigation measures have we incorporated into the project to potentially see that the project is naturally and fully screened to the best of its ability. As you've paged through the VIA document, the visual impact assessment, you'll see that any views from the neighboring property are fully screened through trees. We completely accept that in this corner, a less than 1 acre square out of 33 acres, that there is certainly visibility of the project, but we believe that it is fully screened through existing trees. One of the major measures that we have incorporated into the design, and we've said this every time that we've been up here, one of our main principles is limiting tree clearing as much as possible. There's two ways to build a solar project. You can build a solar project where you clear trees just for construction access. Preferably, we would be clearing trees for the operational lifetime of the project.
Any changes, Eric, to tree clearing or the array itself?
There's been slight optimization and refinement of the arrays. So the northern array has maybe grown just a little bit, but that kind of changes as you change the stormwater management features, this, that, and the other.
How much did it change?
The northern array?
Yeah.
About 20% from a previous version.
20%
but that
more?
is that is on the far side of the neighbor's property. That's on the
more.
northwest. Yes. All in all, this project is a lot smaller than when we originally came to the board well over a year ago, when we had a whole third subarray further to the south.
So just to be clear, the increased size is not, it doesn't bring it closer to the.
Microphone.
Yeah, speaking to the mic.
Where is the increased size, Eric? Just gesture using your cursor. Thank you, Joe.
Here on the far side from the neighbor's property.
Closer to Dell Avenue.
And this is a matter of, I don't want to get too technical into the electrical weeds of solar, but maximizing row lengths and spacing for string inverters. Essentially, we just optimize the design a little bit to just get maximum capacity. We know that we are already losing shading inefficiencies.
Any other questions?
I gotta, just for my own information, the neighbor is objecting to a view.
Yes.
He's got 32 acres.
Yes.
He's got a house.
Yes.
He's gotta walk across at least 3 or 4 acres to get to the dog walk, to walk his dog. Is that what I'm understanding his objection is, at the property line?
As best we understand it, Bill, that is my understanding. It's one of the reasons why I tried to make it clear that, again, our neighbor has every right to enjoy their property, but there's a significant amount of cleared area, par 4, par 3, par 4, an estate house, and then there's wooded area. The wooded area would have to be fully traversed.
I walk the dog for 5 minutes. He does his business and I'm home. I can't understand walking 3 or 4 acres to walk a dog.
Well,
to
everybody
get
should
the
be able
edge
to
of
walk
property.
as much as they want.
It just boggles my mind. That's beyond me.
Any other questions that the board has? Otherwise, we are happy to yield the floor to the public.
I have nothing right now.
Jim?
Nothing to add right now.
Okay, so we'll open up to the floor.
Thank you for your patience. We're happy to answer any other questions, and obviously, we may respond to some comments that are being made.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
How are you?
Members of the Planning Board, Clifford Davis, 200 Mamaroneck Avenue.
Yeah.
Suite 601, White Plains, New York, 10601. I represent the Riverside Trust. That's the residential adjacent property to the applicant. It is not 33 acres, it's 34 acres, so we'll clarify that. Oh.
I don't want to give away all my secrets.
Been found out.
That's how easy it is.
The elephant in the room is the statute. And the statute is as clear as day. And this statute was not written by this town board, but by this planning board. It was written by the town board. This board gave a lot of input to the town board, and the statute is the statute is the statute. If, as Mr. Steinmetz says, it was written for Foxden Estates, this board doesn't have the right, the power, the capacity, the jurisdiction to say, because it's a different property, we're going to apply it in any different way. So the statute is the statute. I've submitted a 28-page detailed letter to this board on how you engage in statutory construction. How does this board interpret the statute that is before it? Now, Mr. Steinmetz says you take the word, it's visible, necessity. That's not in there. You have to look at the words in the code. And what's in the code, it doesn't say we're going to first of all, it says fully. So what does the word fully mean? This board, and in other parts of the code, they use the word screening. The town board here used the word fully screening. So what does fully mean? You just have to look in the dictionary. Fully means totally. So fully means what fully means, and screening is defined in the code as berming. Now, with regarding screening, it doesn't say screen the majority of the property. It doesn't say you have to only screen the residence. It doesn't say you only have to screen a building. It doesn't say you have to screen the tennis court, the swimming pool. It doesn't say that. You know what it says? It says you have to screen the adjacent, and there's no more adjacent property than us. Residential, we're residential, and it says property. So we fall within that. It's adjacent residential property. Now, I'm going to jump ahead a little. Now, normally, when you engage in statutory construction, you don't even look at the legislative history. You look at the words. And these words, in and of themselves, the plain meaning, this board is bound by it, and I hope you rely on your counsel. You cannot usurp the town board. The town board did it. So if you, on, one second. So I'm going to talk a little about the legislative history. So Mr. Steinmetz is saying, well, what do you do here? We're doing our best. We're doing this, we're meeting with the neighbors or whatever. But one thing I want this board to understand is that this applicant is not mitigating a whit. They're not putting a freaking bush in. There's not a bush they're putting in. They're not putting in one tree. And Mr. Chairman, you stated, and Robin, your planning director was out there, she stated that you could see it. You could see the solar panels. And in response to Mr. Bach, what they did is they're saying to this board, not only are we not going to mitigate it, but we're going to increase the size of the northern array of panels from 48,000 square feet to 60,000 square feet. So we're not mitigating, but we're going to increase the size 25%. Now, 48,000 square feet is the size of a football field. So we're looking at a football field warehouse that's 10 feet high, and that's the square footage. And they've now increased it to 60,000. So let's look at the issue of what this planning board should do when the applicant is trying its darndest. It's trying its darndest to say to you, we want to screen it. So in October 2021 at the town board meeting, Director Tegeter made clear that in a residential zone, screening is required by the statute, and that only in a commercial zone does the statute provide for discretion or subjectivity. Let me quote from the minutes of that meeting, quote, Supervisor Slater and Chairman Phone discussed situations where screening is not obtainable and how the planning board handles that type of application. I'm continuing the quote. Mr. Tegeter, your director of planning, telling the town board said, screening is a requirement. But in commercial areas, there is subjectivity in the planning board's deliberations. So if we were adjacent, if we were an adjacent commercial property, you can have subjectivity. This planning board could then apply a reasonableness test. Now, let's look at the statute. The statute says views from adjacent commercial properties shall be minimized to the extent reasonably practicable. Now, this board often deals with issues under SECRA, the State Environmental Quality Review Act. And that is essentially a SECRA reasonableness standard. No matter how much the applicant tries to confuse this board, that is not what we're talking about. From an adjacent residential property, it has to be fully screened. And if you read closely Mr. Steinmetz's letter, he is urging this board to adopt that views from adjacent residential properties shall be minimized to the extent reasonably practicable. He wants you to adopt a reasonably practicable standard. But that is not what the code says. And all we have to do is look at the language in the code. If we wanted the adjacent residential property for that standard to be applied, it would have said it. And here, it's differentiating it. So it is clear as day. So let me continue about the legislative history to make sure that, you know, everybody understands how this statute came into place. Now, Director of Planning Tegeter explained to the town board on June 18, 2019, that full screening means the neighbor cannot see the facility. Quote, Mr. Tegeter said that it should only be done so a neighbor cannot see it. The law requires effective screening. The impact that is at play here is the visual impact other than the removal of the tree canopy. So there you have it. Mr. Tegeter is telling the town board what it means and what it was when this was enacted. Further, what kind of screening is available? Counsel for the applicant and TRC hasn't shown you any mitigation. They were here in November, mid-November, and I recall some members of the board saying that it was premature to analyze it when I was saying that you could see it because we all expected TRC, the applicant, Sol Systems, to come in and to screen it. Because in many applications, you could screen it. And by the way, this board requires fencing around the application. And it further says in the statute that there should be landscaping around the fencing of where the actual facility is. They haven't submitted that landscaping plan to you. Nothing. They're basically saying to you is the trees, the leaves, do everything. But that's a lie. And Mr. Phone, you saw it with your eyes. You just stated it. You could see it. Their own visual impact analysis says you could see it. But let's talk about screening. Director of Planning Tegeter explained to the town board on July 21, 2020.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but we can go on all night with this, and I mean no disrespect.
Well,
so
give me
I'm
another
sure
5 minutes.
John and everybody here is somewhat familiar with the code. I think the nuts and bolts in this, as we stated, and I'll say it again, Robin and I walked the site, your client's site. We were able to see it. I think we have to take a look at the code and how it applies to this. So we could talk about.
I just want to make sure everybody has seen my submission.
Yeah, I can assure you, it's going to be
Yes.
looked at, and it's.
Let
the
me just-
attorneys are
let
gonna-
me just
but
clarify
To go
something.
back and talk
No,
about.
I
town board
understand. I'm gonna
meetings,
wrap it up.
We'll be here all night.
I'm going to wrap it up, and
All
I'm
right,
going to
thank you.
rely on my submission, but I just want to clarify the record.
I appreciate
Because Mr. LaScala brought up, about this dog walking path. It is a path that my client's family walks on the property to hike, to enjoy the woods, to look at it. So it is not a dog walking path where you just walk a dog and the dog poops and you pick it up. It is for purposes of recreation and a passive use to enjoy the woods, to enjoy his own property. And that property, that path, in our eyes, and as my client has stated in his letter, is just as integral to that property as a tennis court would be or any place else.
If I could ask you a question, what is your property, your client's property zoned as?
R160.
So explain what that means to the audience.
He is in a residential zone. The applicant is in a residential zone.
Right.
And he has an expectation that if something is going to be built, that it would be residential.
No, what can your client do on their property?
My client can engage in a subdivision.
Okay.
He can build houses. There's only a 10-foot setback. Now, Mr. Steinmetz said that they could build a 24-foot fence. They would need a 300% variance because a fence on a back line is only 6.5 feet. So, my client pays full taxes on the property. The property could be subdivided. Right now, there's one family on that property, but like in many areas, in one day there's a farm, and in the next week, just like in the R160 zone, where Mr. Steinmetz keeps on threatening that he's going to build housing, we could build the same housing development if my client sold the property.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the facts. So the property that your client owns is zoned where it could be subdivided.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
the existing conditions could change.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have here with my expert, my visual impact expert, if he could address.
I saw it,
Okay.
okay? So
All right, he submitted his report, and I hope everybody's
we'll
read
go
it.
through it. But the long and short is we visited the site, took a nice walk, and we were able to see it. So we have to look at our code. We understand your client's property at some point is subdividable. These are things we have to grapple with.
I would just ask that the board keep the public hearing open to the extent that after you've done your analysis, we have an opportunity to respond.
Can I ask John a question?
Please.
John, so the code, the statute, whatever we call it, is the only option for screening berming?
No. It's not,
Did I hear
that's
you
not the
say
only
that,
option.
you said that
No,
the
no, no.
option for screening is berming, putting a berm?
No, in the code, it defines, one second.
It's fencing, berming, vegetation.
It says
et cetera.
screening and buffering may be accomplished using architectural features, earth berms, landscaping, or other screening methods that will harmonize with the character of the property and surrounding area.
Okay, so
That's
you
right
don't
in
have
the
to put a
statute.
mound of dirt in order to screen it. You could use vegetation.
Absolutely. And nothing has been presented by the applicant.
And you could also use a fence, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And if they had permission, they could use a 24-foot fence.
But I don't think that this board would ever have intended a 24-foot fence.
It would be unreasonable.
In our
But-
position,
but
a
the-
24-foot fence would be actually worse than seeing the solar facility.
I would agree. And I think that's where the use of the term reasonable becomes a part of this conversation.
However, one thing that I wasn't, that I'd like to speak on for another 30 seconds, is there's a section in the code that talks about priorities. And I don't know how this application got so far, because the Conservation Board has soundly criticized this application. The first priority is that it be placed on an agricultural or greenfield property in areas that are presently cleared, such as a farm. The second priority is to place it on a commercial property over roofs and parking areas. That would be a complete win-win, because you'd be creating green energy when nothing existed. Here, you're taking down 14 acres of trees, 1,007 mature live trees, and it just doesn't make sense. And then the third and the last priority, and I have it all in my letter, that this board and the town board said it's the last priority, vacant parcels that are currently in a naturalized state. Now, I don't see anything in the administrative record or anything that was presented to this board that Sol made an attempt to find something elsewhere. And if they didn't make an attempt to find solar elsewhere meeting those other two priorities, then what they would be doing is creating that priority section in the code and making that completely superfluous. And you can't do that. That flies in the face of statutory interpretation. If this was like a cell tower and you had the priorities that you'd have to come in, the person would have to demonstrate what properties were available and show what efforts they made to develop, based upon their priorities. They haven't done that here. And the Conservation Board has, as set forth, and which is Exhibit F to my extensive submission, has basically said, they picked the wrong property. They haven't followed the priorities, and then because they picked the wrong properties, now they're coming to this board and saying you have to change the code when you don't have the power to change the code.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. Simple comment, not particular to this project. Whatever fully screening means, you will be setting a precedent for future applications. Just keep that in mind, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there.
How are you?
doing all right. Thanks for your time and consideration. My name is Brian Rosenblatt, and I'm the owner of a residential property in the Random Farms neighborhood that's adjacent to the proposed Dell Avenue solar project. I don't have a 2,300 linear foot boundary, and I don't have a massive 30-plus acre property. I did once found a solar power company, and I'm also a lawyer. I'm not necessarily opposed to solar development at the site, but I am opposed to developers coming to a residential neighborhood with an industrial use and not taking the proper steps to be good neighbors. I've sent several letters to this board. As these letters have noted, the town code is clear that a large-scale solar development needs to be fully screened from adjacent residential properties. I have serious concerns that my property will not be fully screened, and that views from my property, including from my kitchen, dining room, and deck, will be detrimentally affected by this project. In my letters, I requested that a visual impact assessment be conducted when trees are without leaves. My requests have effectively been ignored. I've not been contacted other than to give me notice of the November meeting, not a phone call from or an email or a letter from Mr. Steinmetz or Sol, and no one's been engaged on my behalf. The developer hasn't conducted a true visual impact assessment for my property, or to my knowledge, other properties in Random Farms. They haven't been on my property. They effectively did a little desktop analysis using, I don't know, LiDAR plus Google Earth is what I'm guessing. So there hasn't been a real assessment, nor does the developer done any photo simulation analysis for my property. The line of sight analysis, as I said, was done from a desktop. And as far as I can tell, the only adjacent residential property which a true visual impact was done using photo simulation is the property owned by the Riverside Trust. The developer has focused its energy working with Riverside Trust and has virtually ignored my property. It's not fair and equitable. As you're aware, the developer's purported visual impact analysis concludes that there are no significant unscreened views from my property, and that the project should be approved on that basis. Significant is a subjective term, whereas fully screened is an objective standard. This honorable board knows well that what the law says, that large-scale solar must be fully screened from adjacent residential properties. As a result, I just have two requests. First, that this board require a true visual impact assessment on my property using photo simulation during late December when trees are without leaves. I'd also invite all of you to come to my property and come take a look. In the summer, it's unlikely that I'll be able to see the property. In December, I'm pretty concerned. Second, if the assessment indicates that there'll be any unscreened views, then consistent with the law, I'd ask this board to require the developer fully screen the project from views from my property, ideally using mature evergreen trees as a condition precedent to granting project approval. That's it.
Thank you. You're with if I think Susan Siegel, you would wanted to speak?
Be careful. Thank you. I remember our mistakes. Hi, I will try to be brief. I think some of what you heard tonight highlights the basic problems of the solar law. And this is a message to you, Planning Board, but also to Sergio Esposito, okay? I think this problem goes back to what I said when the laws was being proposed the first time. Instead of doing a special permit, which really constricts your board's flexibility, the law should be site-specific, because this highlights that properties are different. So I urge you for the town board to consider this, and also to deal with the priorities issue, which Mr. Davis mentioned. I don't think the town board intended for large swaths of woodlands to be decimated. And we can go back and count carbon sequestration, all that, but that belies and omits the other vital functions that woodlands play. Just for the record, to correct some of the comments that my esteemed friend David made, okay? And I was the supervisor when we did the Croton Overlook rezoning, okay? The Fox Den changes that were made to the solar law dealt with small-scale ground panels and had absolutely nothing to do with the large-scale solar farms. The issue of, well, I'd have to look at houses, and wouldn't that be terrible? And the lights in the driveways and all of that. We live in a suburban community. We see houses. There's a big difference between looking out at a vista and seeing the rooftop of houses and seeing an industrial solar array. So there is a tremendous difference to that one. Some of the leaf off, I think some of the simulations, especially the ones like from Kitchewan, I don't think all those lovely photos, those simulations, were leaf on, and I don't know what the leaf off would be for all of the locations. You might consider, if you're going to do more visual analysis, balloon tests have been done in other places. The issue of necessity has been brought up, and the state goals of renewable energy. Well, if the town is so concerned about the necessity issue, then how about Governor Hochul's necessity about housing, which the town board was vehemently opposed to? So let's not pick and choose which necessity we want to do. The other one, which I'm glad you brought up at the very last minute, was the subdivision question, because as somebody who has observed this planning board for many, many years, there have been many large estates that have been subdivided, and maybe this owner has absolutely no intention of subdividing his property, but at some point he or a future owner might. So you could end up with houses in that wooded area. I don't know the property, I've never been on it, but for argument's sake, and not knowing anything else specifically, you could have houses that would be closer to the wooded area, which would be much closer to that. And I think that the planning board has to concern itself with that, not just the visual impact from where the house and the lawn and the golf tees are now, but what would it be like if 3 or 4 houses were there in the rear?
And
So
that's why
that's
we asked
part
the
of the issue. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why the question was asked.
Yes.
Thank you, Susan.
George Janes, 250 East 87th Street in New York City. Robin, can we bring up either one of those files, either the, anyway, while she's getting that up, I submitted a letter this morning, and I'm so sorry it was late. And I'm going to focus just on one part of it because I think so much has already been said. The thing of concern to me is that your application has an inconsistency in it that is material. I talked about it in the letter. It's shown on the screen here. The site plan of the northern array is different than the site plan in the site plan set. And it's, you know, by my measurements, it was 25% larger. It might have been 20. But we calculated 48,000, just under 48,000 square feet on the left, just over 60,000 square feet on the right. Next, we overlaid the two so you could just see the blue areas were added. Actually, one panel was removed up at the top because of the stormwater system that they were talking about. The southern array did change as well, but it didn't change anywhere near as much. It was only like 2%. That was like fine tuning around the edges. This is significant. This is a big increase. And this is the part that's visible, right? As you've all known, this is the part that matters more than the other part. Now, I'm not going to go through the visuals because you've already seen it. And there's acknowledgement that there is, that you can see it from this point. But I would suggest to this board is that having this inconsistency in your application is material, and you should request a new application that is internally consistent. Before you take any action on this, say you've got to have a consistent application that describes the plan in the same places. And at that time, if it's helpful for your decision making, you may wish to ask the applicant to try an alternative that removes the northern array. Remember, the southern array is over 300,000 square feet. The northern array was 48,000, and then it increased to 60,000. And this is the part that has all of everybody upset. I mean, because this is the part that you can clearly see in viewpoints 1 and 8. And I think if this was really materially changed or went away, I don't know that there would be the same issues that we have now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait.
Clarify the inconsistency.
You know, hang on, this, please. There's a lot to grapple with here.
Anybody else?
Oh, yes. Anybody else from the public? Please. Sorry. How are you?
Good, how are you guys?
Good.
Just very quickly, my name's Gary Jacobson. I also live in Random Farms. I'm one of the 5 houses. I've never heard, seen, or anyone on my property. They've not contacted me. I was in touch with our managing agent yesterday. They've never heard anything either, so. The active engagement with Random Farms, I don't know where that takes place.
As a lawyer, I'll explain, but I can't argue.
Okay.
Where was Random
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Development. It's in the development on the
That's
south
not
end.
in Yorktown.
On the other side. It's south, it's Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah.
Anybody else?
I think that was it. Anybody else from the audience? Good?
You don't wanna get a
Mr. Chairman,
And if I, it's
Wait.
just because I'm trying to, there's a lot to grapple with here. If the application on its face has changed, as we saw in that one, and we'll ask you to talk to it in a second,
would like to.
is that grounds now to get a new application?
My feeling is not necessarily. Depends on how big and how significant the change is. If a building went from 3 stories to 6, I would say yes. If the parking doubled, I would say yes. This is more, in my opinion, scope creep than a change in a project. It's the same fundamental use. Its footprint is a little different.
Thank you. John?
No, I agree. Most of our applications and projects do evolve. Sometimes they get slightly larger, sometimes they get slightly smaller, so I don't find the scope of this to be not in keeping with that practice.
Mr. Chairman, may I, point of information, explain it?
Just before, just give me one more minute. So, members of the board, we've heard a lot here, back and forth, before they keep going on. Anything that you guys want to hear or discuss before we move forward?
No, I would just like to say that most laws are subject to interpretation, am I right? I'm not a lawyer, but of course, when you look at a law, you can interpret it the way you want, or the way it should be.
Well,
Go ahead.
question, I really is I'm looking for a clarification on the difference of the effect of a commercial property. Is it the commercial property being the applicant, or is it the commercial property being the neighbors that opens the door to, I think what was called more reasonableness for variances or
It's different.
latitude to change? But is it commercial property on both sides or commercial property on one or the other? I'm not clear as to what the law.
Mr. Chairman, am I
state.
allowed to respond to Bob's question?
Let counsel respond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not posing
Yeah,
it to.
that's, I think that would be
That's fine.
Yeah,
to Jim.
I'm just saying, I'm looking for clarification. I would expect it to come from our side.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question.
There was a reference made to the commercial property, and I believe there was greater latitude. I don't want
different
to put words in
standard.
your mouth, but I'm looking for clarification of what the standard is. Is it a commercial property of the applicant or the commercial property of the neighbor, or does it have to be both?
Could be either.
I'm
I'm looking at it right now. It could be either. So it could be a commercial property looking at a residential property or a residential looking at a commercial.
Okay.
Go ahead, you finished.
So the applicant that's before us, their property is considered a commercial property?
No.
No, it's considered a residential property.
Okay. So neither of these are commercial properties? right?
Correct.
Okay.
The way I see this, this application is before us requesting a special use permit to do a particular task, to develop the property in a certain way, to get a permit for a solar farm. My understanding of a special use permit is that the town board sets forth the standards which must be met by the applicant in order for that project to be approved by us. And if they do not meet the standards set forth in the special use permit, it cannot be approved. In reading the language, and I would like an interpretation from council at some point about what does Philly, it said, the language says, large-scale solar energy systems shall be fully screened from adjacent residential properties. And then it has some other things. But that phrase is pretty much what the town board enacted. That's a phrase that I don't see how we can escape easily. And it may force the project to be redesigned if it can't be adequate, fully screened from adjacent residential properties. Granted, there may be weaknesses in this law that need to be addressed, but this is what we're handed right now.
Does it suggest to the
Gotta do that.
satisfaction of whom? Is it to the satisfaction of the neighbor or I mean, again, it's so wide
It doesn't talk
open.
about satisfactions,
Sure it does.
In answering Bob's question, it says views from adjacent commercial properties shall be minimized to the extent reasonably practicable. That's not what it says for residences. I mean, I'm just pointing it out for our discussion. This is the ground rule that was set up by the town board enacting this legislation, and seems to me what we have to follow.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant would like to be heard at the appropriate time. I'm not going to sit down.
Yep, no, you don't have to sit down, but let us finish our discussion here, please. Go ahead, Jim, I'm sorry.
Okay. What this law has, this one section packs in a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah.
It tells you residential to residential, residential to commercial, commercial to residential. It uses the word fully screened once. It uses the words reasonably practicable in another, screened in another. And then it says screening and buffering may be accomplished by using certain things. It doesn't say it has to be done that way. It says it may be. So to say the board has no flexibility is not the way I read this law at all. There are some things that are going to be difficult to define what they mean. Screening means one thing to me. It means something different to Mr. Steinmetz, and it means something different to Mr. Davis. So I'm going to have to mesh all this together and figure out what screening means, what fully screening means, and what features can be used. And just noting, just looking at this section, it says screening and buffering may be accomplished using architectural features, earth berms, landscaping, and other screening methods. That other screening methods does not rule out existing vegetation in my mind, for what it's worth.
Rich, if I can interject, and I'm going to go back to what Robert had said, to whose satisfaction?
Well,
If
this
the-
satisfaction doesn't get into this analysis. This is from residential to residential.
But don't
so
we
it has
set
to be fully
but don't we
screened.
set a precedent by saying that if this person satisfies this person's problem with the project, does that mean we go forward with that?
It would mean that. It would also mean that whatever precedent you set is likely to be a very narrow precedent unique to this project, because I don't think you're going to see this situation coming up again. I think this is a very, very unique situation that we're going to have to apply a law that was intended to be a one-size-fits-all, and this is basically me trying to fit into a one-size-fits-all suit. It's not going to work, okay? So we're going to have to figure out a way of making this work.
I think the other challenge that we have is the subjective nature of visual impact. Because what is an impact to one person may not be to another.
Right.
Somebody might love to look out at a solar farm rather than the tops of houses, thinking that that's a progressive, passive use that is providing and contributing to supposedly, or you know, the benefit of many people. So that's the other challenge here, is that subjective nature of visual impact.
But then you bring back the same problem that Richard had brought up before. The adjacent property is subject to be subdivided at some time. So now you're going to, instead of having one person having a view, you're now going to have multiple houses standing in a place where only one person could have seen it before. But now you may have multiple families.
But they would have bought after the solar farm was there, so they would know what they're buying, and they can't, it's just like a guy said, he buys a house in front of the airport, oh Jesus, now the planes are making noise.
Can a landowner, can an adjacent landowner impose their standards on what we're supposed to do?
I don't think so.
That's where, again,
That's-
and I know that the
that's
law is the law, but
trying to do it.
the reasonable approach, you know, there's got to be some aspect, because whether we're trying to interpret a law here or we're trying to make the law work perfectly, is going to be influenced by all of those things.
Every law is subject to interpretation, and that's what we have to do.
That's why we have courts.
How do you interpret the word fully?
Who said that?
Anybody else on the board?
Let's hear from the applicant.
Well, I just want to make sure we've cleared our air.
Well, it'd be more clear if we hear it from the applicant.
And we will. Anybody else on the board?
The only other thing, is it may be in the law, what constitutes large-scale solar? Where is the line?
Oh, that's defined, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how,
Yeah, it's in the law.
yeah.
Nobody's
That's up
disputing
here
that.
somewhere.
I just want,
I'll find it.
Okay, so we'll get back to that. I appreciate you being patient.
Trying.
No, I could tell you're ready to,
Lot size.
so please.
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Power, the amount of,
Reminding the board, as the applicant,
5 kilowatts.
one would hope we would have an opportunity to respond, because it's our application and it's our burden and it's our travail. I'm gonna ask for, I know it's late, I know you got more things.
We do.
And
I don't think so.
I don't even think I have the guts, Mr. Chairman, to say I want you to close the public hearing, but maybe you will. I want a couple of minutes to respond to a whole bunch of things. I need to go back to Mr. Davis very briefly. Quote, Steinmetz says, visibility, necessity. It's not in there. Quote, it's not in there. My good friend, Mr. Davis, said, I said something that's not in the law. We'll go back, and that's what he said on the tape, and I'm going to read you the sentence in the law again, because the word visibility is in there. The word necessary is in there. Rob, it answers your question, I think, in terms of who actually might be the judge of the standard. The law says that large-scale solar energy systems shall be fully screened, doesn't define it, from adjacent residential properties. Doesn't tell us where on the property. Is it the entire property, or is it somewhere on the property? Is there a reasonableness standard about where on the property? Shall be screened, fully screened from adjacent residential property, streets, roads on which it fronts, or is visible from. So visibility is absolute. You don't have to just screen every solar farm. You have to screen solar farms that are visible. So you all have to make a determination of what is visible. How is it visible? Are the trees, are hundreds of feet of trees in between impeding visibility so that it's not so visible?
Aren't those disjunctive? I mean, there's a bunch of commas and ors in there. I don't think that is.
Aaron, all I can tell you is I don't think the law is particularly clear on
Okay.
any of that. Okay? I will concede that. I didn't write the law. And I don't know exactly.
Go ahead.
And to me, it's the last part that I still find fascinating. Or any other views which the planning board determines is necessary. Now, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Davis, and I don't want to put words in his mouth as he did for me, claiming I said something that's not in the law. Well, it's in the law, gang. Visibility and necessity is in the law, and I think it's relevant because you have been told by the town board that there are times where you need to decide what is necessary. Is it necessary in every instance, or is it only in certain instances? I don't know, because the sentence doesn't tell me that clearly. I don't know whether the fact that my neighbor has 33 acres changes the game, and because it's now large scale and it's almost looking like it's commercial property. I don't know if the law was designed to, well, do you have to screen it so the neighbor can't go on their roof and see it? Is it anywhere on the property? To me, and I read zoning laws like Jim, too many days of the week, and they're not always perfect. There's some degree of interpretation.
Don't leave out the weekend.
Yeah. We try not to, right? I know this isn't easy. I absolutely am very well. That's why it's taken us 7 months to get back here. So we're prepared to work with you, just like we've been prepared to work with the neighbor. I also want to acknowledge a couple of quick things. I can't speak to Mr. Rosenblatt and the other gentleman. All I know is there is a lawyer whose name is Michael Caruso, who has called my office, received materials from my office, and maintains that he represents the homes in Random Farms that somehow are in the zone that have received the notice. My understanding is that the town has provided the notices that needed to go out, that we noticed everyone we were supposed to. So if there's anyone from Random Farms that hasn't gotten something, you're all here. We're happy to make sure that my team gets you what you need, but we have conducted a visual assessment from those neighbors. How many viewpoints? 5 viewpoints from Random Farms were empirically studied. I just want that to be clear in the record because folks have made it sound like we ignored Random Farms. And I said at the beginning, it's Newcastle, but Robin and John made sure we didn't ignore Newcastle. Lastly, on the subdivision issue, I think somebody said it towards the end. Great issue, Mr. Chairman. I think it's fascinating that you're talking about the subdivision, but I think Bill nailed it. If you do your analysis now based upon what might happen in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years, one would assume that if this was approved by special permit, that that's going to be something that's going to be taken into account. Were the planning board ever approached by someone who wanted to subdivide that Hog Hill estate? Chances are it would have to be taken into account. Either they would do it and decide it's not going to impact the value, or they would decide not to do it. That's not a reason to reject this application. This application comes before you for a lot of good reasons, and I'm going to go back to the beginning of my presentation. 2 years ago, Matt Matthews asked me to stand before this town and figure out which pathway to pursue. We were encouraged to pursue a solar farm because it was in the wisdom of both the town board and the planning board members who heard that, who thought, you know what, this actually might be a really good place to do a sustainable energy project. We're going to answer more questions. We're happy to work with council. Jim's got a lot of work. Jody and I will supply him with more information. I didn't read Mr. Davis's 28 or 30 page. I skimmed it because it came in this afternoon. So the applicant has an obligation to deliver material to the town 10 days in advance, but then we get ambushed at the last moment. So again, I'm sure Mr. Davis and his team did the best they could, but the bottom line is we haven't had a chance to study that. We will respond to that. You have a great application on a fascinating property. You're going to read, I'm sure you all haven't read the material. It came in today. You couldn't have read it. You're going to read about the rustic majesty.
Believe me.
I read it.
I ended up, it was like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky at the same time. The two of you.
I won't even go there, Jim. I don't know what to make of that. Bill's never going to want to read it now.
I didn't expect to make a career out of this one today.
All
Mr.
right,
Chairman.
so I think we are all, I think, in agreement.
I just want to ask one question, Dave, for the
Make the motion.
the Random Hill.
Random Farms.
Random Farms. Do you have a map that shows those 5 vantage points
Yes.
similar to the
You're-
one?
Yeah, it was up there.
It's in your materials.
It was up
All right.
there, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We just haven't really talked about it.
Last thing, point of information that you wouldn't let me make before. On the thing you started with, the visual assessment analysis was performed based upon the most recent iteration of the site plan that has been submitted. The site plan clearly evolved. There was an error in the TRC visual assessment. It contained 2 images of the old site plan. Am I correct about that? Correct. So we apologize. We will substitute. There are 2 pages in that rather long document that inadvertently had the old site plan. The site plan has evolved. The site plan has changed. You have received an analysis of the most recent site plan.
Thank you. If I could,
To drive that point home, the photo simulations,
Yeah.
the proposed project photographs,
Right.
those are accurate.
Okay.
It's the aerial exhibits
All right.
that were mistaken.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Dan Strauss, 57-year resident of Yorktown. I've been up here before. I've been in front of the town board about the tree law. If I'm not mistaken, you as a planning board okayed within the last year 2 projects, which are now, I think, if Mr. Steinmetz goes back 12 years, I'm going to go back just a year, that you approved 2 projects, one in Jefferson Valley and one, I believe, in Shrub Oak on a hill, where 500 trees were eliminated on the complete property. Complete. The other 1,100 will be eliminated for solar energy. I'm not a fan of someone coming into a residential area and putting in these large-scale solar farms. It seems that it's become a debate. When a solar farm comes in, they say the housing's no good, and when the housing comes in, they don't really talk about the solar. But from my recollection, on both of those projects, you asked for full screening. That was the major concern. Screening, 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 screening. So I say to you, this is not an individual. It's not just an individual project that will never happen again. You don't know that. This is a project of solar in a residential neighborhood, and you asked for full screening. So I say that's what you should have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So, that was interesting. Where do we go from here? What are our options? Obviously, we're not going to close the hearing. What kind of time constraints?
Well, if the hearing's still open, there really aren't any time constraints. But I think we should let the applicant submit whatever they feel they should submit. Obviously, Mr. Davis can submit whatever he wants to submit. And ultimately, the planning board, with some guidance from me, is going to have to decide whether or not this project meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance.
Okay. So we'll hold it open?
It's going to be,
Yes.
it's going to be,
Interesting.
there's a lot to look at
Interest-
here.
Very interesting.
Well, why would we hold it open?
So that we could deal into the legalities.
Well, we can dig into the legalities without holding open a public hearing.
No, we gotta keep it open. We'd have to keep it open. So our guidance from council and is to keep it open.
I would, yes.
All right.
Okay?
Motion to adjourn then.
Is there a second?
Can I ask one question before we do that?
Uh-oh.
No, it's
It's
not
his
a
fault, not mine,
it's
Rich.
not a Columbo moment
Yeah, yeah.
either. I'm just curious as to the discussion between the two parties.
Yes.
We all agree that in the simulations, and you guys created the simulations.
Yes.
You can see them, right? So somebody asked the question of what's fully. Fully is totally, right? How you get there is maybe the debate or the opportunity to discuss here. Have there been conversations with the neighbor over what type of screening could satisfy their, when they're living at that, I don't know how many days a year they live at that house, right? And that doesn't matter. For the time they're on that path or walking the property, what kind of screening would be sufficient?
So all I'm going to say is there have been discussions. I don't want to go into that. I think it would be inappropriate because we've attempted to conduct extensive and neighborly communications with council and the entire team of consultants that they have. So there have been, and obviously we'll take a closer look at that once again.
Um, But are you the- getting the Heisman from them? Or are they saying?
Well,
it's-
look, the
it's-
one thing that I said, and I'll make it, I said it in writing, and I'll say it again tonight verbally for the third time. We believe there are things that could be done, but the most, based upon topography, vegetation, the woodlands, the distances, the most prudent things can be done on the neighbor's property, in our professionals' opinions. Somebody said something, and I think it's in Mr. Davis's submission that I skimmed. We know your board can't mandate that. I would never ask you to force screening and mitigation on it can't be done, but it could be done consensually. The alternative, and the only reason we showed you the Green Monster is the Green Monster. Yeah, I think that totally, completely makes the array invisible. That is an absurd result. And he's right. I'd have to go in. Jody and I would be asking for a major height variance from the fence law in front of the zoning board. Talk about, Dostoevsky and Tolstoy. Forget what the next chapter of the book looks like going there. So I don't see that, Rob. I don't see that as a pragmatic solution, putting something on the property line. And screening down at the fence at the array, whether that's in the code and there's some shrubbery around the fence, that's not going to screen. We walk the property, guys. It's way up there. If you walk your dog to the end of the property, you're hovering over most of this site, and you all saw that. So the issue is Green Monster, something on the neighbor's property, or, as my professional says, based upon industry practice, that is fully screened. It's hundreds of feet away, and there's trees 3 months of the year. Yeah, through the trees, there's a little something. So that's what we're wrestling with. Let us spend a little bit more time. Let us correspond with Jim on this. I know it's not easy, gang.
No, and if I could, there were other residents.
Yeah, let's not forget about the folks at Random Farm.
Yeah, no,
Part of the discussion between Mr. Davis.
They can't hear you up here, so I'll speak for you. We need to dig deeper into that and what's been missed. Please.
Understood.
All right, so you guys can meet outside now if you want and discuss it, but we're going to move on.
Terrific. Thank you. Ball's in our court. We'll come back.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can adjourn. Now we can, go ahead.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's give them a minute.
I'm almost needing a minute, but.
You guys want to take a break?
Literally.
You know something?
8 hours today.
You need Dimas is one of the best lawyers I ever
Couldn't believe it.
heard. He is so smooth. I mean,
I'm impressed by all of them.
Yeah.
yes, yeah, the other guy too.
Consider amending this.
You want to take a break? Need a break?
I'm good. One more hearing maybe.
The definition of screening.
Where's your gavel?
Next.
That's.
If you look around and.
Give them a minute.
You get
Gotta go
all over
back.
the
We
place,
missed one.
and They certainly.
That's it, right?
Anyway.
Yeah, Staples is here. Yeah,
Attempting
he's
to,
here.
put a
Block
24-foot
them.
curtain and block
Less of a
any
problem.
glimpse of it.
Right.
Often.
All right, if we do want to have a conversation, if you could please
vegetation and it's a
take it
certain height,
outside.
that's
Thank
what
you
we
very
say.
much.
Or so you say.
All right, so we're going to go back to the Staples Plaza Battery Energy Storage Systems Expansion. This is a public informational hearing. Do I have a motion to open PIH?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Third.
Aye.
Good evening, distinguished members of the board and the public. Sorry for being late. It looks like I should have been on time. You would not believe they blocked the entire three, four exits on the parkway coming here. It was like a parking lot. So, all right, that's a
Thank
aside.
goodness you didn't miss this.
I could not have had missed. And as a solar guy, I know a little bit about this, so it's fascinating. And I don't want to be in your shoes. Okay, Maziar Deleli. I'm one of the founders of IPP Solar. We are a solar company based in New York, and we have this energy storage project that is a phase 2. I'm here to give basically a quick overview about the project and then certainly address any questions. So this is a phase 2 of the energy storage project, which is meant to help reduce the stress on the grid during the summer peak times. And we are following
the rules and the codes to do this installation of Tesla Megapacks. We believe that it's a safe installation, but certainly happy to take any comments or questions here. So here we are.
All right, so this has been back and forth. This site has many times to us. Any questions from the board?
No.
No.
Counselor?
Nope.
John?
Nothing here.
So we'll open it up to the public. Anybody have any questions? Please just state your
Good
name.
evening, and again, my question is to Mr. Tegeta. The parking spots that they're looking to take, are they ever used?
I don't think so.
If they're not used, who cares?
Right. That's way in the corner.
Anybody else from the public? Anyone?
There is a comment that we got from a Robert Adamo.
Yep.
He states he lives directly behind where these stations to be installed, and the picket fence that separates his backyard from the current charging station is frequently in disrepair. So he's asking that we address that issue, or at least consider it.
And we've been consistent, again, just like the solar, with this application, when a few of these buildings came with that, I know that neighbors right around there were very concerned that we maintain that existing landscaping and fencing. So that's something, I know that's, you're not the property owner, but you're gonna have to go back and they're gonna take care of that.
Actually, it would be great if you can give me the contacts of the neighbor, because that way the best is to get the neighbor to give us an email, or we can talk to him directly to make sure that his concerns
Yeah,
are
if you
addressed.
walk the fence line, again, I'm going back quite a few years, but we had the same issue back then. It gotta be constantly maintained.
Like you said, I'm not the property
Yep,
manager, so well, I'll be happy to pass on the message.
Do we know whose fence that is?
It's theirs.
It's
I remember.
it's Staples, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did, back in the prior applications, they did some screening and some fencing. But that's something that we're adamant be maintained. Okay, anybody else from the board? Audience? Mr. Grace, you're standing up. Do you want to come talk?
No.
Are you sure? Okay. Do I have the motion to close the public informational hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well then, do I have a motion to close the regular portion of the meeting and move into the work session?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, first on the work session agenda, we have a.
Thank you.
Oh, you're all set.
I'm all
Sorry. Yeah, well,
You can hang around.
I think.
Hey, you don't have to leave now.
I think we should probably set a,
Just
if
make
they're
sure the
ready
fence
for
gets
a
fixed.
public, hearing.
Yes, good
Right.
idea. Public hearing.
Yes, all right?
Is the date set today, or?
We can set it now.
Work with Robin, she'll get it, all right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You too. Sorry you had to wait.
Okay, part of the job.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, we have Burger King. This is a discussion of approved site plan, locations 385 Downing Drive.
Good evening, everyone. Real simple, this was you already approved this, and then it went to the building department, and the glitch was that the propane tanks were supposed to be moved, but essentially the propane tanks are where they are because there's certain setbacks from the property line and an electrical box that have to be kept. So essentially, the propane tanks should remain exactly where they are. And we would like that, just that revision in the site plan. They've been there for 18 years. There haven't been a problem. The overriding concern is the distance of the tanks from the electrical box, which I understand it's not really functioning anyhow. But the less problematic issue is the setback from the property line, but that's the state right-of-way, which includes right now a sidewalk and a fence, and So it's, from the traveled right-of-way, the tanks are probably more than 50 feet from the traveled right-of-way. So
What
we'd
ele-
like it just to amend it to leave the tanks just where they are. And I ask that in special consideration for the fact that this application has been before the town in one form or another for 14 months. Not laying any blame anywhere, but we would just like to move ahead with the project and just leave the tanks where they are, with your blessing.
What electrical box are you talking about?
I'm not too sure. There's I guess by the dumpster enclosure.
Yeah,
The-
so it's essentially between the dumpster enclosure and
Yeah.
the tanks.
Right.
Right, as it's now.
Yeah.
So
And then it's the distance between that, I think, has to be 10 feet in the distance.
10 feet to the fill.
Right, and then it's 25 feet to the property line.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is the property line is the state right of way, and, I mean, if it ever comes, if they're ever gonna widen 118, which is doubtful that they'll ever do it.
Yeah.
That, what we can do is just, revisit it at that time. But, which, by the nature of a widening of 118, you would anyhow. So I talked to John Landy, the building inspector. He's got no problem with letting them remain as they are, as grandfathered, especially since what we're really looking at is just a renovation of a building, not new construction. But it's the path of least resistance, and given the fact of all the time that we've spent, with that being the major topic of undergrounding and keeping up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, we've been beating this horse for 14 months. We'd just like your blessing to leave it where it is.
Wasn't this approved?
This is approved. Now it's moving to get the site plan signed.
Okay.
Okay. So
It just,
they came up on the site when there was a pre-construction meeting. And the building department pointed out that it was too close to the property line. That's,
right.
tonight from
essentially-
you is the first time I heard of the electrical box. Although I was looking at that this afternoon.
Yeah, but it's between those two setbacks.
So what's shown here, does it differ than what was originally approved?
Yes, it's moved back, it's where it exists now, so from the approved plan, it's moved out of the grassy area, more towards the right-of-way of 118, essentially to the right, and now it's back further to the left, but it's still not compliant now with the 25-foot setback, so,
From 118.
from 118.
But,
So that's why I brought it back to the board, so that if you are signing the site plan, you know what you're signing. And that it is, that the potential here is that the propane tanks as located are not compliant with the 25-foot setback. Nor were they compliant with what the improved plan said. Now, it's the first time that I've heard that the building department is okay with leaving them there.
yeah, I had a long discussion with John Landy because.
Sure.
Excuse me?
We need a memo from them?
I didn't get a memo.
uh,
The
It's-
answer is yes, we would need a memo, but the answer is also we didn't get a memo.
We're not getting it, right.
No, you're not,
We're not
and if that be the case, I can have Landy just make a transmission over to John Taggart about it. The issue is basically the setback from the right of way, which is 118, which has got a fence and a sidewalk, and it's 50 feet from at least 50 feet from the traveled way.
Yeah.
And it's a pre-existing condition, so the building department has no problem with it, and that they're really, at the end of the day, jurisdictional with issuing the CO. We don't want your site plan to be in conflict with what the building department would say.
Well, right,
would
and
be okay.
then they couldn't issue the CO in that case. But, as I said, I brought it to you because it's a change. It has some safety implications. It may or may not be code compliant as it sits there today. It's certainly not compliant to what the code says today. First I heard that the building department is okay with its original location just now.
Yeah,
Or later this afternoon, I heard that.
And he suggested turning it 90 degrees, but that caused other issues too. It would bring it back, but it wouldn't bring the tanks away. You're still going to have a conflict with this site back to the right of way.
The overriding concern, obviously, is the safety of an operation of the site. So
Right.
that's why we wanted to move propane tanks in the first instance. It's why we had the discussion of, originally, they were supposed to be underground, all
Right.
safety, safety,
Right,
safety.
right.
Okay, so that's why it's here, so you're aware of it. We didn't get any written communications from anyone about the code requirements or whether or not they apply to its existing position or not. There is a spot on the other side of the refuse enclosure that I think would work just fine. It would be 25 feet from the property line, and it would also be even further from that electrical box. So,
Right,
a little better situation that you could probably do. But again, my reasoning here is to bring it to the board so they know what they're approving in the end.
If I could ask, the way it stands now, even though it exists, it would need a variance?
Well, I don't think you're relieved from code requirements, only to the extent that if you pre-exist a new code requirement, then you are there in existence, and although you're not compliant, no one can come and say you must
pre-existing
change it. You pre-exist-
non-conforming.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Except that once you start to move things around,
Yeah.
you're subject to the code requirements, okay? So
Right.
Right, and I don't
that's
think
my
that-
knowledge of it.
Right, and I don't believe, it's not a town code requirement. It's
But
going
yet
to-
it's a code.
It's gonna be state code.
It's a New York State code.
Right.
To get a variance, you'd have to go to the state
Board
variance
of
board.
Review.
Right.
Yeah.
What is the
And-
state's position on this?
They don't, they could be right where they are and remain there ad infinitum because it's been approved for that site 18 years ago. What she's doing is she's just renovating the store. It's not touching the tanks. So the thing is, but to John's point, what was historically in the past was an issue with the propane tanks that he should have been, there was somebody requested that they be put underground. And there was a whole discussion about that because of the high water table, about the
I know, they popped up.
tank shifting, fittings getting loose, having, propane underground that undetected, gets into the stormwater system, somebody throws a cigarette button, and there goes Yorktown Green.
What's behind the tanks, what's between the tanks and 118? Anything?
Nothing. It's just, there's trees, and a fence, and then a.
Trees
then a-
is something,
and then
as we
trees,
know.
fence, a berm, sidewalk, and then 118. It's, you can't, and if you're gonna have to move it to the grassy knoll, speak,
I'm just,
then you're gonna end up digging up the grass, you're gonna taking down trees, it's just,
And
Our
behind
building-
the tanks is an electrical box of some sort.
there's electrical, I can show you a picture of it.
The whole point of the 10-foot setback from an electrical situation to the fill, it's not to the edge of the tank,
Right.
is if there's a spark,
right.
And that makes sense.
you're in trouble then.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
that,
electrical box part of the site, or is it state-owned, or who's?
No,
whose
It's
box
on the
is it?
site, so I believe it's probably part of the site.
it's a service box. We're fine with that's the important setback, and that we meet, so there's no problem there. So obviously, when somebody first put them there, that was, all those considerations were met. But I guess the consideration that wasn't met and was the setback from the state property line, which is the right-of-way of 118, which is a 100-foot right-of-way, not a 50-foot, but a 100-foot right-of-way. You have at least 50 foot of unapproved right-of-way between the tanks and the edge of pavement. So, and you have trees in the way, and you have a berm, and you have a fence, and you have a sidewalk. So there's no safety issues and concern to where that setback is. So all we're asking is just give the Amity Domini blessing as to where they are, so she can pull a building permit and get moving on it.
It would seem to me that we've got a situation, regardless of where the tanks end up, is it's a departure from an approved site plan. So if it stays where it is now, which may be a solution to satisfy the building department, I think we're still looking at a revision to a site plan that's been approved, correct?
No, because this,
I don't think it's
no,
satisfies the
because
building department.
basically, the idea was to move them, but so you would have to go, I kind of resisted the issue to begin with, but we figured we didn't anticipate this problem. There's a lack of communication when it was, maybe should have been, when it referred or was reviewed by the building department, that would have come up. we would have had this discussion, more than likely you would have just said, leave them where they are, because it's innocuous and it's been there for 18 years.
No, but
never
that,
been a
that,
problem.
that doesn't answer
All
the
you have
point
to-
I'm trying to make is that we have a plan that this board has reviewed and completed our review of, and we're now looking to depart from that approval in some fashion. Either leave it where it is or put it in the third place.
We're not,
Am I incorrect in?
That's where they were, yeah.
Can I ask one other question too? And I don't mean to cut you off, but it looks like there's other changes bubbled here. Or circled, so the crosswalk?
I circled and I talked to Michael about this a week or so ago. I circled the section of that walkway that probably doesn't make any sense whatsoever and should come off.
Right.
Which is the one that goes behind some of those parking spots.
Right.
The one that goes from Downing Drive directly towards the front of the store, past the drive-through lanes, that's the one that we are in need of.
Right, so you're gonna get, and the original application for the renovations of the building left the tanks just where they were. So I actually believe that that we never gave you a plan with the tanks moved. The plan that you're seeing now is where the tanks were and has always been. It was on your approval that one of the conditions was that it would be to be moved. So we're just leaving them where they are. We're asking you basically to remove the condition, which would appear on paper to
All right,
relocate
so
the tanks.
outside the tanks,
Everything else,
the circled crosswalks, one's bubbled and one's circled.
I don't know, the crosswalk from Downing to the front of the building, that's staying. The crosswalk that runs parallel to the drive-through lanes is being removed. Because
That's the one where you got the crosswalk behind the parking area?
Yes, yes.
That-
I
that-
circled that by hand. The other one is a revision bubble.
Yep.
And the revision bubble around the propane tank is just showing you that it moved from the grassy area back into the parking lot.
Right.
Yeah.
So my concern was having an approved plan that had a code deficiency.
Yeah.
There
And-
was gonna be a conflict with what was approved in good faith by everyone, under certain assumptions. It didn't prove to be correct. So the thing is, now I got a conflict with what.
Well, is it correct now as it sits?
Well, I guess it is, the building inspector will treat it as a pre-existing condition for purposes of the setback from the property line, which is 118. So that resolves his conflict, and as long as you leave that alone in your revised site plan approval, then we're all good.
Yeah, so I would suggest that there is at least an email from the building department that states,
All right.
this is a pre-existing condition, and therefore, leaving them in that place is not in violation of the code.
Okay, I'll get that to you.
Yeah, and I think that does it.
The DOT issue doesn't concern us?
Well, that would be the setback condition.
Yeah. Look, it's nothing, you're not doing anything that's.
This is the reason,
Yeah.
this is not germane to it, but this is the reason that the discussion originally 18, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, is to put them underground, because of all these conflicts and, safety issues.
Right.
It's tucked away into a certain spot, it's been there, you never can rely on time. You can't, because when something happens, but
Yeah.
it's protected under the code with the bollards, it's where it is.
Let's get a move on
Is
it.
everybody good?
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
John, we all right?
And just to John's point, I think I may have been town attorney at the time, but there was a lot of discussion about putting the tanks in the ground, and I'm just being told that if they're not full and they get empty and you got a water table and a water riser,
Yeah,
they pop
I remember
right
the
out of the ground.
conversation.
Yeah.
And up at Field Home, that septic tank,
Yep.
right? They pop
Yes,
right out,
that-
right.
that's
So
true.
there's a lot, look, there are a lot of, you guys gave it a lot
Gotta
of
get us an
thought.
email from the building inspector.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Yep. Okay,
Have a
Have a
very
good
good
night.
night.
Thank you.
and Get home early.
Sorry for your troubles.
we're just getting started.
What are we voting?
Underhill now.
What are we voting on?
coming for Whopper now that I could vote?
Absolutely.
What are we voting?
No.
No, we're not gonna vote.
No, it's just they gotta get a
What's
letter
next?
from
All right.
the
He
building
gets the
department.
letter, he comes back next month.
Somebody should tell the building department to do that when they should.
I hate to do this to you, but the boutique hotel, we get
Yeah,
It's gonna be
Joe sent me a plan of just some potential modifications to the curb line.
Yeah.
And so I just have to
Okay,
get to
because we
them
just want,
this week.
want to bug you guys about
Yeah.
it. So. All right, thank you
Yeah,
so
that-
much.
That's in process.
All right.
All right, next we have EIB Development Solar Farm. This is a pre-preliminary discussion of site plan, subdivision, and special use permit. How are you?
Hi, Margaret McManus, engineer with Beatty and Watson. Here to discuss another solar farm.
You didn't run away, huh?
Screening?
Good thing you cannot see it from anywhere.
It's in New Jersey.
This is the town line of Somers. The site is 36 Route 6, and is it 76 or 30? Oh, sorry, 76 Route 6. It's right on the town line. It's Navajo Road is over here. It's commercial property, and the applicant is looking to do a 2-lot subdivision, which would be this parcel that they would keep with the solar farm, and then this would be a separate parcel that is not going to be site developed during this application. So it's just a subdivision without a purpose for this lot. They would have to have access. This is a state wetland, and although we thought there was a culvert existing here, it's actually an old concrete dam that's been broken. So we would have to do a crossing of the wetland with some sort of a culvert or culverts. We're going to be reaching out to the DEC to have a preliminary meeting with them, because we know that this is, going to be the hardest part for us is going to be getting over the wetland. But once it's built, there'll be woods left around it. The whole parcel is about 18 acres, and the parcel that will have the solar farm is about 11, and then the solar farm itself is about 6 acres. It'll be 6 acres of disturbance because it is an existing wooded area also. This is I think it's Whispering Pines, the garden center nursery. So the front part of the parcel will not be disturbed. There'll be just a road cut in, and the array is in here, and it's down. You can't really see it from anywhere. Of course, we'll give you more of an analysis, but that's basically the site. It's like 1,500 megawatts annually, which is about 4 megawatts a day production. And that's about it. Have any questions?
The site's zoned commercial,
The site is zone commercial, yes.
and the neighbors?
Are all commercial.
Thank you.
Is
Oh,
is
no
this site
screening,
sewered?
maybe.
Excuse me?
Is this site sewered?
I don't know, but we do not, yes, there is, there's sewers in Route 6. There's manholes in Route 6. But they don't need.
What's the other, in the materials I have sketches of buildings and different
Okay,
things.
that was,
What is that?
so there was, which, I'm not sure. Are you?
That's, yeah.
Oh, that didn't go anywhere, obviously. So the property's vacant now,
The property is vacant.
and so the
There
front of it
was-
is,
Yes, there was at one point some proposal.
I'm confused. Is that Fire Glow that you're talking about?
it's next to,
No.
across the street.
Across the street. It backs up to Whispering Pine.
Okay, I got it.
So this is Route 6. Jefferson Valley Mall is down here.
So, just go back to the other sheet. All the areas that are colored in are what, wetlands?
The orange is steep slopes. I believe it's either over 15 or over 20. Is
Where are
your
the
co-
wetlands on the property?
The wetlands are through here, and this is the wetland buffer.
So you're out of the buffer, but you need to cross it to get the solar up.
We need to cross it to get the road through.
If you look at the old plan, you'll see the wetlands and no buffers.
And you said there's a dam constructed, or an old dam constructed on the property?
Yes, I think this was all
Goes
farmland.
right across.
At one time, and it looks like there was a dam that was constructed probably to make a pond for the farmer to utilize. But the dam is broken, so it doesn't hold anything back anymore. So, and it looks like it was purposely broken. It's, because what's standing is in great shape. So it would
Thoughts?
be a curb cut onto Route 6, I think.
Yeah, it would be state.
Yeah.
What are we thinking? This is first flush at this.
Conservation.
Well, there is some residentially zoned property nearby.
There is.
Adjacent, which is the Fields. That's residentially
yeah.
zoned, I believe, still. And that is a slope there that faces that property and faces down to Route 6N. So I would say from, visual impact, we should take a look at that to see, what on a slope you would be able to see. Because certainly, as per the discussion that we've had just recently and on many others, when you have the slopes involved, screening becomes something of a different animal than you might expect, so.
Site there are a lot of trees. Is that all vegetation on there, or is it open?
It's all trees,
It's all
Yeah, it's
forested.
Forested, okay.
forest.
Does the property go all the way back up to where that subdivision is, or that development is?
No, the lot doesn't go all the way, there's another lot beyond it.
All right, so,
Gotta see what it,
yeah, there's a lot of details that we're gonna need.
Right, this was just preliminary.
Yeah, pre-preliminary. I think you've gotta start working with the planning department. And I would talk to the town engineer too, to get the details and things we're gonna need to start to see. I think the crossing of the wetlands is gonna be, I don't know what kind of wetlands it is out there, but obviously that's something that we're gonna take a real close look at. It's a DEC wetland too, so,
yeah.
all right, so you got some work to do.
All right, thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the earlier part of the
Well,
meeting.
I hope I don't get beat up that bad.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Biggest system, is it?
MJM.
Oh, this
MJM.
That's next to me. Actually, I don't know my house, so it's not.
All right, next we got MJM Land Development. This is a discussion of a major subdivision. Location is on Gomer Street.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Joe.
So the last time I was before you, I presented this plan, which was a conventional layout, which is, after several iterations of different concepts for this property. And we talked about
the issues of the not having a 50-foot width here, which Jim has opined on. And we talked about going with a flexibility, getting authorized to use the flexibility standards to reduce some of the impacts to the buffer. This is the plan that I showed you at the last meeting. So we've prepared a concept. And so I'll try to flash between the two of them. You could see the cul-de-sac coming off of Gomer Street, and the house, the two homes closest to the buffer are right up against it there. And similarly on coming off of Cordial, we're right up against the buffer. So the new plan, which takes the liberty of reducing the size of the lots in some of the dimensional requirements by reducing the width and square footage, allowed us to pull the cul-de-sac and the homes away from the buffer, giving them ample room as far as usable space on both ends, the Gomer Street side and the Cordial Street side, Cordial Road side, rather. So this is the plan we'd like to go forward with to the town board, because you need to get authorization from the town board in order to apply the flexibility standards.
That'll give you the narrower road access too, right?
Yeah, Jim seems to believe that that's not an issue.
Oh,
Right.
It's not. The planning board has the right.
oh, we can do it.
Yes. You have to make certain findings as to the reasons that you're waiving the 50-foot right-of-way requirement. But as I pointed out in my email to Joe, most of the time the road pavement is a lot less than the right-of-way anyway. So I think in a case like this, it'll have no practical difference to the person's eye looking at it.
Thank you.
Any issues from the board, from them going to the town board?
No. Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Yep.
John?
I just wondered on the back part coming in from Cordial, if the road configuration could be tweaked so it does not go through the buffer quite through the middle of it, and if it could sort of skirt the edge of the buffer more?
We did look at that, John, and it can be done with the, but we would lose one lot.
Do we see that alternative? What that looks like?
Yeah.
You guys right with that?
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you show us that alternative too when you go to the board, or after you go to the board?
After I go to the board. Okay. Okay. No problem.
All right, missing anything? Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, next we got a town board referral. This is a sign application for the Gulf Station located at 1530 East Main Street in beautiful Shrub Oak.
That's opposite the
Yeah,
mobile
you would know.
station, right?
Yeah.
Did you miss the fences or no?
What's that?
Opposite mobile.
Anybody here? No, this is the one at that end. The other, we got one more up a little bit where, but this is the one at the end.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where they, so, is the current,
It's the one with the cleared.
yeah, is it, are they in compliance, whatever was?
Well, this is Hilltop Service Station. They are not completely in compliance with what was done before. So in other words, a few things that went undone. Generally, they built the site plan out according to the plan, generally speaking. Not all the signage was completed, and the signage has been kind of hanging around unresolved for a while, and now they're coming in with this because the board, the town board, if you see the sign of the pole sign, you see a picture of an existing sign that is round and it has an old sign in it. Board wanted to keep that, but Gulf does not have that any longer and will not go that route, so the reface is to its right. I'm looking at page 6 of 12.
Yeah.
The issue is that it is, I think, 21 feet high or so, 21 feet high to the top of the sign, which is 5 feet in excess of the code requirement. And, you know, so it's something to be dealt with.
And we've been trying to get the ground mounted, or the monument type.
We've been trying to get monuments. Now, they are doing a monument sign out near the intersection.
Right.
And
That's this.
from what I have here, it appears as though maybe they're moving the monument. It's difficult to tell. It looks as though there is a handwritten note there. And you can see where the original monument sign was supposed to go, so. And those are the issues.
So you're in a very, again, we keep talking about the residential area. And so a site visit's been done and it's not in full compliance with,
Well, they never finished all of the signage material.
Okay.
You know, and Gulf, they've been having trouble with Gulf because Gulf does not do the round signs any longer, so. And now you're seeing what you're seeing there on the right-hand side on page 2, on page 8.
has Abaca looked at this at all?
Page 6. I think it must have been referred to them. I don't know if they've looked at it yet.
This is
John, in
referral to
the
us.
package, there's a memo from you from 2019 with a number of items that are not in compliance. Have those been rectified?
Let me get to that. Are you talking from my department?
Yeah, to the building department. And one of the things, it talks about a stone monument sign. I think it might be different than the commercial
Yeah,
sign.
the stone monument sign is incomplete, right? So there's a stone monument there, but there's no sign on top of it.
And the sign is supposed to say, "Welcome to Shrub Oak," not Gulf,
So
right?
it's supposed to say, "Welcome to Shrub Oak" in the bottom part of it, the stone part of it.
And how about the other items there? I mean, I'm just curious if it,
Well, at the time, the parking stalls weren't striped, but they are now.
Okay.
I believe. The boxwood shrubs, it says that they're not mature. I don't know how, I haven't been by there recently. The fencing along the northern property line was supposed to be shadow box or solid sections, as I recall, and I'd have to go back and look. They did do some modifications, but I'd really have to check that to see whether they did that or not. So that was intended to sort of soften looking at the parking lot
right, with the,
from Route 6 and so forth.
right.
So there's these competing interests where he sells some cars and so forth, he wants his signage. You know, the compromise was to put a little buffering and dress it up a little bit so you're not looking at all of the cars, but just really the signage in the back of the building.
So I think it would be a good idea maybe to get a re-inspection of the site to see what's in compliance, what's not. I will tell you, they keep the place immaculately clean. It is just like the other gas stations, the other end of Shrub Oak, it is a very prominent entranceway into the area, so I think we gotta make sure with the signage that it's, you know, it's important to look at that.
Okay.
All right, so let's start with that site visit and see what you guys come up with.
Do you guys want to come out, or you want us to do it, or
I mean, you guys
combination?
could do it and
I
tell
don't
us what's
think
missing.
maybe it's a referral to us. eh?
Yeah.
You wanna go?
Yeah, I'll go by there.
Yeah, I go by this all the time, so.
We'll go out, we'll
Okay,
certainly
all the time.
report to you, but,
Okay.
All right.
but if you want to go, by all means.
Mike, you let us know when you're going.
Yeah, I will.
All right. Okay, and there's no one here on that application. Okay, we'll move on. Next, we have the Underhill Farm. This is a discussion of a proposed project, Underhill Avenue. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mr. Chairman?
Good.
Good to see everyone again. We're pleased to be back. Mark Blanchard from Blanchard and Wilson. We're here tonight. We have 3 topics to come back to you with tonight: environmental, the landscape, landscaping. The landscape architect is here, and also, of course, traffic. Steve Marino from Tim Miller Associates will lead off with the environmental issue, and of course, at the end of those 3, we're here to answer any questions, take direction from the board. Are there any questions to start off, or we just get right into the presentation?
Just so you know, we have gotten a lot of memos in reference to the project. I don't know if you guys have seen all of them yet.
You mean memos from your consultants?
No, from residents.
Oh, yes. We're
In
planning
particular,
department's
one
very
sitting in
good
the
with
front row.
forwarding them over.
Okay. Susan Siegel.
Where is the planning department?
So, by all means. if
Okay,
you wanna
thanks.
start. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Steve Marino, Tim Miller Associates. In my absence last week, as you know, we submitted the EAF in full form, so you now have that to begin the review in advance of the public hearing. And today, we did receive a copy of the memo from Barton and LaJudas, the town's environmental consultant. And I'll just go through that very briefly, because generally, Barton and LaJudas has picked up a few inconsistencies in the plan that they'd like us to rectify. They did point out that, and this is something that came up in the discussion we had a couple of weeks back as well, that the pond should be considered also as part of the larger wetland A, more from a functional standpoint. We do acknowledge, obviously, that wetland A drains from Glen Rock down through the site into the pond, and they'd like us to just take a closer look at how the pond functions as part of that larger overall wetland. So we certainly will do that in a response letter to this memo. They'd like us to point out in a little bit more detail that the wetland on site, wetland A, is also subject to Army Corps of Engineers authorization as well. We do point that out in the EAF, but we can talk a little bit more about that. In general, like I say, there are some comments on inconsistency of some of the plans. As you know, as we got into the discussions at the last meeting, lots of things were changing. The plans were in flux a little bit, and in the end, when we made our submission, some of those plans, in a 12-sheet set of plans, one sheet may have been a little bit different than another sheet, and there's some details that we need to iron out in terms of that, but we will certainly get right on that. They also talked about the mitigation plan and some additional discussion and detail as far as that goes, but in general, they concluded that these items should be addressed, in their opinion, in advance of any final approval. So we are looking in the next week or two to write a response memo on those items and get that to the board as soon as possible. Then they also looked at the tree mitigation plan and the landscape plan. Earl is here to talk about the landscape plan as well and any changes to that. But again, they have some comments on the tree plan. Essentially, they were in agreement, or not in agreement, but saw that we included the items that were necessary under 270 of the town code as far as trees go. And they conclude with, upon reviewing of the landscape plans, it is our recommendation to approve the landscaping plans and tree mitigation proposal with the recommendations noted above, which again are some plan details and final tweaking of plans. There's a species, one species of ground cover that they would like us to eliminate in exchange for something else, that kind of detail. But on the whole, I think we've moved forward quite a bit with Barton and LaJudas, and like I said, we'll write a response memo to this letter, but it sounds like from the tone of their comments, we're on the right track.
I used to say all the time, the devil's in the details.
Yep. And then there are some, honestly, I think they're minor details. Like on one sheet, it says 500 plants. On the other, 500 plugs or herbaceous plants will be planted. On a different sheet, it says 1,000. So small, like I say, details, but things we just didn't quite catch as we were trying to
Yeah, and I think under
put it all
this,
together.
the extreme scrutiny
Yep.
that these projects under, this one in particular,
Yep.
to make sure we don't miss a step.
And like I say, we'll immediately respond to this and straighten all that out.
Would it be out of order if they met with did a Zoom or something with our consultant to go over these things outside of here?
They can, if they want to work out some details, that's fine, yeah.
I
That's
think
an
that would
option,
be
certainly.
important unless the board feels otherwise. Any thoughts?
They're just conforming the drawings to make
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, you want to cross the Ts and dot the
Sure.
Is.
Absolutely. You got it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening.
Doctor?
Going to talk a little bit about traffic. Just a quick update. I think everybody knows the improvements that are being advanced at the intersection for turning lanes on Underhill Avenue, pedestrian upgrades to bring those in compliance with current requirements for ADA, and those improvements are being advanced. If you remember, kind of the history here was we had identified, initial improvements to offset the traffic that would be generated by this project. In looking at the main intersection there, we represent less than 5% of the traffic there. But since traffic was a major issue due to accident history, the lack of turning lanes, we advanced the plans to provide each of those improvements. We had meetings with New York State DOT. DOT has provided some comments and some clarifications, some additional details that they wanted in terms of truck turning diagrams, and that was all provided in response to a May 1st correspondence from DOT. DOT indicated that they would like us to make sure, as part of the design, which we've already stated in the past, any equipment that we put in, try to position it so that if future improvements are done at the intersection along Route 118, that can be maintained, so that that would be part of the design that we've laid out at this point. In terms of the pedestrian upgrades, again, those pedestrian upgrades are there to accommodate all pedestrians. People that cross today, those pedestrian crossings of 118, the existing pedestrian crossing that's there, that needs to be brought up to compliance. We're providing pedestrian movements on all four corners of the intersection. Those improvements, again, are all being advanced by the applicant. From a dollar standpoint, there was this initial $175,000 commitment. There's another $450,000 commitment. The whole intersection is estimated at $1.2 million plus. But that intersection improvement is there not to just accommodate this traffic. It's to address the existing shortfalls, but also to accommodate other development that's been on the table, but nobody's else is coming up with the money to move this forward. So DOT is positive in terms of getting the improvements done, but they have no money. That's what they said. We have no money to put towards this. So the applicant has been working with the town to get that advanced, and I think you're all aware of those discussions. In terms of the site and the access improvements and everything else, that's all part of this. DOT also weighed in relative to, at the last meeting, had indicated that Route 118 along our frontage is classified without access. So in the DOT's correspondence, you'll see that they confirm that it's without access, and that includes pedestrian access. So that's why all the pedestrian crossings are at the corner at 118 and Underhill. So those are kind of the key items that we dealt with, since the last meeting, and I think that's pretty much where we are right now.
Okay. We did get a memo, resolved to unresolved traffic, parking, and other related issues, dated May 18th. which really details a lot of questions. I would suggest if you could, take a look at this. And there was also another email from a resident of the Beaver Hill development, appeared to be a senior in the way it was written, about, the access through the development, and you have people that are wheelchair-bound and otherwise in there.
So just to, talk a little bit about that. So the access connection to Beaver Ridge has been in this plan since day one. It's an access that's there for the convenience of both that development and portion of this. It's not a heavy traffic access. As indicated in our traffic study, we're talking about less than 20 vehicles in the peak hour. That's going to be using that, okay? So in terms of the conditions of that access and the road itself, it's designed to accommodate low volume traffic, and that's what's there. We have traffic calming measures that we have. The connection to that development is fully controlled. It's planned to be fully controlled. So again, it's for the convenience there. It's not going to be a high traffic location. And with the improvements that we're making at 118 and Underhill, there's no reason to go there except for cross access. There's no time savings benefit after we make our improvements.
And I think, and John, correct me if I misspeak, but I think we've been, as a town, at least this board and boards prior, I think we've been consistent with trying to connect properties off the main road. I know that happens on Route 6, Triangle, I mean, there's a lot of,
Connect from one property
Yes.
to the next
Yes.
internally, so to
Yes.
speak, yes.
that we're consistent with that.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you address the recent resolution passed by the town board and how it relates to the project and where we're at with that?
I will try to. Mark may add to what I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
So the whole purpose here is to get the improvements done, okay? The agreement with the town board is a tax abatement, okay? So the applicant is going to get this entire improvement done. He's going to bring it through the process. He's fronting the money up front, for everything. So the entire intersection is going to get improved. He's getting a reimbursement because he's not responsible for the whole improvement. To offset his traffic is a certain number that we had come up with. He's roughly paying for a little bit more than half of the total cost, but he's paying for it all up front, out of pocket, to get it done, get it constructed, managed, etc. And then what he's getting is basically a tax abatement, whatever monies that would make up the difference. And then once that's obtained by him, then it's fully taxed. And it's only on the commercial portion of the project is where this comes into play, which is important. So you're still getting the taxes for the residential component. And again, once he gets back whole, then, even the commercial piece will be paying full taxes. I think simplified, that's.
Yeah, I just wanted to be brought out so that
Yeah.
people know what's going on. Did we get a copy of that resolution yet?
Yes.
It's in the materials?
I believe it is not in the materials, I'm sorry. But,
Okay.
yeah, we do have copies of it. We can distribute it to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
There's also the portion that in the resolution, the applicant's currently paying whatever the taxes are. I believe they're in excess of 40,000 or something like that. That will continue to be paid and will not be mitigated or abated in any way, regardless of what the final numbers are. So that will continue throughout the entire project. And that was part of the resolution.
Was the resolution limited just to tax abatements? Did it have anything to do with recreation or anything like that?
No, it did not have
Okay.
anything to do with, the resolution did not have anything to do with the abatement of recreation.
But it does speak to the $225,000 that the applicant will make as a donation. And in the resolution, it states for recreation purposes.
Okay.
Correct. That's in one of the whereas clauses, as John's mentioning. There is a mention to the donation that had toward the Parks and Recreation Commission. One thing I wanted to just also point out about the abatement schedule that's very interesting in this instance. Typically, as you know, once the town has signed off on the resolution supporting our use of the abatement, we now are going to the Westchester County IDA. Typically, the county IDA pilot schedule or abatement schedule is for, it could be up to a 20-year period, maybe a 15 or a 10-year period, and it's ramped up from a 0% as you're coming online to eventually get you gradually to 100% taxes. In this instance, after the $175,000 contribution, then after the $450,000 additional contribution from the developer, the remainder of that money, getting us to what we expect to be $1.2 million to finish the full build out of that intersection, which, Mr. Chairman, you've said many times is important for projects yet to come online. We're opening up this corridor for projects, prospective projects. We'll be getting a limited tax abatement on that delta that's tied. We're going to be able to tie that period of abatement until exactly when it is that the developer's portion is reimbursed. So it's never going to be a situation where the developer is sort of becoming enriched beyond what it's spending on the infrastructure improvement. What's always going to be the case in this abatement resolution is it's tied directly to that period of that excess beyond that 175 and 450. Once that's abated, our abatement schedule from the Westchester County IDA will immediately sunset.
So is it, I haven't seen the resolution, so I was just wondering if that kind of a resolution that was adopted, is that contingent on anything? I mean, here we are, processing an application. It's not been approved, it's going to go to public hearing, and yet these things are being done. Is that a normal course of action? Or,
Let me clarify. The Westchester County IDA requires that the town board, the elected officials, show their support for the concept of the abatement.
Okay.
The schedule, the operative scheduled language of when that abatement will legally take place, actually by statute, comes from the county IDA. So what the town board has done is offered its support. The actual legal mechanism to trigger that abatement has not yet been passed.
Right. Also,
Okay.
the whole resolution is contingent upon site plan approval by the planning board.
That's correct.
So all of this is the applicant's, in a sense, taking a risk. It's willing to invest time and money into this abatement process,
Okay.
which it will never recover if the project is not approved.
And just further to that, the importance, in my view, to your decision is that, pursuant to what Rich has said all along, that getting this intersection done is very important, in particular with this project coming online. It's helpful, I think, for you guys to know when you're doing your decision that the town board has made a commitment.
Got it. Okay.
Rather than having a condition in your resolution that says, if the town board, determines,
I get it, yeah.
So, it was good that they.
That does answer, we did question that, how
Yes.
that whole
Yeah.
process unfolds, and now I understand how this is fitting together with what we're doing. So it's complementary, it's not necessarily jumping the gun or anything, it's just showing that there's an intention to go forward if this thing moves in that direction.
Having the commitment, I think, is not jumping the gun
Right.
at all.
Get it.
I think it's beneficial to your decision.
Okay.
And as part of the resolution, we did include the donation of the 225 that's going toward Parks and Recreation purposes. The exact language I don't recall off the top of my head, but it did say something like that. That portion is a donation, and that is not part of any abatement. I just want to be clear that that's a straight donation, and that will not be included in any abatement. The only thing that's going to be included in a potential, possible abatement would be the difference between the 450, the 175 added together is 6.25, 625,000, minus the 1.2 million. That portion only will be considered for part of the abatement, and the abatement will only.
It's the actual cost of the project. So if there's overruns,
Absolutely.
that the applicant will advance them and then recover them through the abatement.
Correct.
Is the recreation piece of this also, you know, an expression of intention of what you would like to see happen? I mean,
Well, I
does
think
that
it's the,
affect what we do?
I think it's the applicants, was offered that, and so that we included it as part of the resolution to show that intent and to solidify their intent. That's all.
Your determination is still necessary and
Absolutely.
yet to happen, and it's all up to you,
Correct.
in my view. And Jim,
Yeah, the recreation part has nothing to do with this.
No, we just included it in the language, to
We need to see
solidify
it.
the intent of the applicant. That's it.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it, but now it clarifies a number of questions I had and that are out there, so it's good. Thank you.
And I know our consultant is here. How are you? Please, by all means.
Good evening, Scott Levine with the firm Transfer Group. Just for everyone watching, I'm here representing the planning board reviewing the applicant's work. Just a couple of points on my end, a few pieces of information. Number one, there have been a few tweaks to the site plan, which I think are generally moving in a positive direction. Some changes to the parking immediately near the Underhill East site access, so that's positive. We've heard about DOT's feedback. Their letter came in earlier this month. One important decision that will need to be made ultimately, DOT said, which I think was good language, they said the intersection should be improved prior to the full operation of the Underhill Farms project. So full is doing a lot of work in that phrase. So there's gonna need to be a decision over exactly what is the threshold beyond which anything can happen on the site before the intersection is improved. DOT basically punted on that, so that word full is gonna come.
That's twice tonight.
Might find it both, full and fully.
Fully screened.
Screened, yes.
It's been a big word tonight.
Another issue that we're looking carefully at and discussing with the applicant is parking, shared parking, the different uses, et cetera. I wanted to comment a little bit on the condo parking and the apartment parking. There's two ways that you can calculate the parking demand for a multifamily building. One is you can use the number of dwelling units, just strictly the number of apartments as what you multiply by. And the second is you can use the number of bedrooms. And just to share with you, I did some of that math over the past few days just to get a sense of whether is one giving us something that we should be more concerned about. So of the units that are being proposed, this is just the condos and the apartments, leaving aside the townhome area. If you go by dwelling units, you end up with 131 parking spaces demanded. The rate there is 1.31 spaces per dwelling unit, which is some units having one and 31%, if my math is right, having 2 cars. But there's a lot of 2 bedrooms being proposed. I think the majority of the units are 2 and 3 bedrooms. So if you do the bedroom calculation, you end up with exactly 150 spaces for the 100 apartments. So it works out at exactly the 1.5, which is being proposed here.
Could you just tell us where those ratios come from?
Sure, okay, this is a really good question, and it's a good point to make. These ratios come from a set of standards which are developed. They're based on national studies which have been done over decades, really, going back to the 1980s, 1970s. And these are studies of sites similar to this with a similar sort of land use, and get eyeballs out in the street, counting the traffic, counting the number of parked vehicles at different hours of the day, and that's where those numbers come from.
But I mean, who generates those? Is that Urban Institute or some other entity like that?
It comes, these specific numbers come from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They're IT numbers. Let's see, what else have I got? There's a bit of loading, so that's an issue that has been an addition to the site plan since we spoke last. Again, that's to the positive. Exactly where that goes, I think, is to be discussed. And there's one item that the applicant is proposing is shared parking between the office use and the restaurant use. And I just wanted to point out that I went into the town code, and that is exactly the 2 types of uses that are mentioned in the town code with respect to good candidates for shared parking. So I think that part of the shared parking certainly seems reasonable from my perspective. Glen Rock. So last time we met, I think it was Chairman Phone who asked to have a look at the possibility for cut-through traffic on Glen Rock. So I'm interested to hear from residents or from others in the community what the current conditions are on Glen Rock. What I was able to look up with a data source which is called Replica Data, it reveals approximately 100 vehicles in each direction, so 100 north and 100 south, on Glen Rock today. And if that's the case, that's an important piece of information because that's telling us that it's not currently being used heavily as a cut-through. So then the question becomes, would this development be more likely to change that? Would this development be more attractive for residents and visitors to use Glen Rock than what's out there today across the street on Rochambeau, et cetera? I see the concerns that residents have because if you take particular destinations that are a bit towards Granite Springs on 202 or towards the Taconic, there are competitive travel times. You just go to Google Maps and put in some destinations to the north and west. There are competitive travel times between going where you'd want traffic to go on 118 to 202 or down Underhill to the Taconic, instead to take Glen Rock and sort of cut through. The fact that that doesn't seem to be happening today, I think, is good news. Nevertheless, I'm not sure if you've seen an email that I put together after we spoke last time. I think you might want to ultimately consider some kind of traffic calming on Glen Rock. Like, I understand that Allen has some speed humps on them, so that may be something that is ultimately to be considered on Glen Rock. And also relative to Glen Rock is maybe think about the possibility of overspill parking and how to make sure that Glen Rock doesn't become an attractive location for any overspill parking. So those are the issues that have been on my mind that we've been talking with the applicant, with the planning department about, and happy to take any questions you've got.
Nope. Thank you.
Have you seen this very detailed memo dated May 18th?
I have, but I haven't fully digested it yet. So
Okay.
I have, and there's some good points in there. There's some that I'm not sure I agree with. There's a lot to digest, and I will certainly have a good hard look at it.
Great, thank you. Good, thank you very much.
Super.
How was the graduation this weekend?
I didn't go. I was at hockey this weekend.
Ah, there you go.
Joe, can you put that up there? What was
Sure,
he
gonna put
suggesting Glen
this
Rock
drawing
would be
up
a cut?
on the board for you.
Came up.
Doesn't go anywhere.
My name's Earl Govan. I'm a landscape architect with Blades and Govan in Fairfield, Connecticut. I represent Unicorn with the landscape plan, Underhill Farm landscape plan. In general, we've tried to use as many native plant materials as we can. We did notice that the Vinca minor was flagged as a potentially invasive, so we'll remove that from the list. But most of our landscape is either native or non-invasive. It is all either native or non-invasive. We have introduced some green giant arborvitae, which aren't necessarily native, but they're certainly not invasive, but they do such a good job of screening. So we've supplemented the native plant materials with green giants predominantly for screening purposes.
And where is that on the plan?
And so the major areas of the plan, if we can zoom in a little bit, are the heaviest planted areas are along Grey Rock, which is a combination of spruce, arborvitae, oak, amelanchier, birch, redbud. There's viburnum shrubs, so there's a multi-layered tiered planting between Grey Rock and the units, which I will call uphill units, which are the left side of the drive going to the back on the left side of that plan there. So those units are set down approximately 15 feet or so from Grey Rock. There's tiered terrace walls, which we are planting with the material I just mentioned, the evergreen and deciduous trees, evergreen trees, deciduous flowering trees, as well as some evergreen and deciduous shrubs. And again, all native, rhododendron, viburnum, that type of thing, in order to get that lower level screening once the bigger trees grow up and get taller. That's in the entire the entire length of Gray Rock as our project fronts that. As we step down the terraces, we start to reduce. So we have a backyard area for the residential units, and we have 5-foot-high walls that step down. So we're hiding those walls with, again, native rhododendron, viburnum, spirea, and such, so that we don't have visible retaining walls stepping down. It's all buffered from both sides. So the residents at Gray Rock are buffered through the extensive tree planting on the upper level, and then the lower level is buffered from the walls and such by planting of larger shrubs and native lower growing material. That treatment extends along Underhill until about the point where we reach the extent of the pond and the stormwater basin. So that continues down, obviously not blocking any sight lines. And as we get closer to the pond, we have more trees to remain. So what we've done here is, the first plan you had, I think, had a lot more planting on. What we've done since then is we went back and re-looked at the plants, the trees to remain. So we worked with Steve's office so that we combined those two plans, and when we came back, we had to move plants around because we can't plant underneath some of the larger trees. Obviously, it defeats the purpose of trying to keep a tree and then planting underneath it. So we've moved that around, but we've kept up the numbers. We still have 365 evergreens, deciduous trees, and flowering trees. We have our native buffers around the naturalized areas. We have street trees that are predominantly either maple, and we use an upright maple, the Bohall's maple, so it doesn't get so large that it gets unruly. They're more narrow, more suited for a street tree. We have some hornbeam, some sweet gum, oak, and maple, as I mentioned. Those are predominantly our street trees. We have all natural, all native plantings around the pond, and we're working with Steve's office and developing that. We did notice that there was a small area here that was planted in the previous scheme, and we removed that only because we hadn't finished coordinating that. So that'll be put back. So you can see the areas between the first two buildings on the left. Doesn't look like any planting is, but we're going to continue the planting that we have on the right side up into that, which is a lot of the herbaceous material, Joe Pye weed, red twig dogwood, all naturalized and all native material in that area. So that's kind of our naturalized corridor. And again, we have the screen plantings on the left along Gray Rock. We have screen plantings along the Underhill on the, I guess it's the western section. Naturalized plantings around the pond, which support that, and also creating some screening where it was requested that we provide some screening for some of the units that look down over on Underhill. And again, where we have some more narrow spaces, we're using some narrower material, such as the sweet gum, the slender silhouette sweet gum, and some of the more narrower street trees, so that, again, we don't overwhelm the site with planting. We're currently looking at the pedestrian access at the corner of Underhill and Sawmill, and we'll be able to present that to John on Wednesday when we meet and walk the site. We've created a little bit more of an elegant pedestrian access to the bottom right-hand corner of that retail, office, mixed-use commercial area that will connect to the corner improvements that were just talked about in terms of those traffic improvements on the corner. And again, I think the one note was that we had the Vinca minor, the myrtle that is considered invasive. We'll remove that and replace it with something that is a sustainable product that's either native or non-invasive. Any questions on the landscape plan?
Yes, please. So we've heard from both the historic consultants about the treatment of the area in front of the old home.
Yes.
Where the view shed is part of the, I guess, the historic integrity of the property. When you picked out the planting there, was it in keeping, and I apologize, I don't know, with whatever historic information was given?
Yes, so there's, as you can see, there's very little planting added around that. There is some at the corner, and I believe that was an effort to provide some screening for the roadway that comes in. But that's the only planting, and everything there is That is all kind of traditional planting. We've left, you can see the darker colored green are all existing, I believe they're Norway spruce, but existing evergreens. So the idea was to keep as many of those existing trees as possible, and to supplement only with things that are typical for that era, and native to New York. So I think we have some birch trees in there in front, and that's really about it. Maybe some ground cover, but there's really very little planted in that corner where the view shed is to the house.
Thank you. And when, I know, and the applicant actually pulled back the building behind it a little bit, there was a wall put in to keep the root cellars in place. When you look at that, is there any treatment there with landscaping that is gonna soften the view of that building as a comparison to the old home in front?
In between?
In between, yeah.
And there's quite a bit going on there with those root cellars and such, and we can certainly look at providing more of a buffer between the two. Currently, there are those big two or three big evergreen trees back there. And again, you're kind of limited to what you can do under those. You're not going to get much to grow underneath them. But we could certainly put something in between the existing trees that are there, or maybe back towards the new development to provide some buffer for that. But again, we're trying not to converge in on that. We're trying to really let that kind of stand on its own as it is today in kind of that historic setting.
And that's something to take a look at when we meet, because I think one or more of those evergreens may be, compromising the tunnels.
Yes,
So,
no.
I don't know that
There's no
they
question.
should stay there.
Those are certainly discussions we can have, and we can always then replant
Yes.
something that would replace that.
Well, the space between the two buildings is really an opportunity rather than a problem, if you ask me. So, I mean, some of those things should come down because they probably will continue to compromise the tunnels, but certainly once they're gone, there's an opportunity there for that space in there.
Sure, and maybe
It's
that wants
a
to be
great space.
maybe that wants to be reprogrammed
Yeah.
somehow as a usable lawn area, which it really isn't now. And we could still buffer part of that by perimeter planting or something on the backside.
You've got a very interesting task with your plan here, because you have the wetland issue, right? So there's certain treatments there.
Sure.
You've got the historical issue. You've got the screening from next door, the subdivision of Gray Rock. You have, and I'm sure you've got Dr. Greeley behind you there, who doesn't want you to plant anything where you're gonna have possible site obstruction.
Right.
But you're the icing on the cake, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So, I think this really looks great. I'm sure there's a lot more people that know more about it than we do up here in the way of landscaping. But I want to make sure that, especially with the historic end, that's kept in play, because again, we've heard from both consultants, ours and the applicants, about that. And the other question I would ask is, and I'm sure you've already got an answer to this, is any of this deer food, where it's gonna,
There probably are some things that they will eat if there's nothing else to eat. Like, they don't eat rhododendrons, but they do, right? If there's nothing else, they'll eat them. They don't eat arborvitae. They will eat the dark American arborvitae, but we've only got it in one or two spots where we had no room really else to plant anything else. So, that's a risk. But most of the other things, they don't really eat red twig dogwood. We have a lot of red twig dogwood. Yellow twig dogwood. They don't really eat that. We have a lot of herbaceous things that they might eat. Some of the echinacea. They may live. They may like to live down there in that. Because they like to settle down in those high grass areas. But 90% of the material is we try not to plant anything these days that deer are going to eat, because there's nowhere you can plant it. They're everywhere. So you really try to plant things that are that are sustainable, right? That you don't do that. And obviously there are always plants that they will eat, and frankly they'll eat anything if they have to. So
They'll eat a ham sandwich,
I mean, they don't eat hollies, but you go to some people's houses and they eat the hollies because there's nothing else around, and they'll eat it. So
Let me ask you a question, just for my own information. Green giant arborvitae, do they grow wide and tall?
More tall than wide, so they might max out at maybe 15 feet, but height-wise they'll get up to 50.
What's the rate per year?
They'll go 18 inches to 2 feet a year, if not more, in the right conditions. And they tend to get leggy on top. They tend to get leggy on top, but then they catch up. So they'll end up filling up but they'll shoot out 2 feet a year easy. And, you know, after 5 years, it's amazing how quickly. And it really is an ideal plant for screening, for the fact that it's narrow. And one of the other things we really try to stay away from is planting plants that get too big. You know, and some of these spruce trees, 70 feet tall, and nobody wants one that's 20 feet from their apartment or their condo or whatever, because they just get so big. So we try to limit where we put them and how many we use.
If you come up to New Road, I have a neighbor who's a landscape architect, and he put him as a barrier between him and the adjoining property. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks spectacular, and it's a wall of green.
Yeah, and you could have a 40-foot
You
high,
gotta see it.
40-foot high green wall. I mean,
Oh, it's
literally.
what it is.
Yeah.
Are deer resistant?
They're resistant, yes. They're not like the others where you see them, they got nothing on the bottom. They won't eat, again, they'll eat them if they had to, but they don't particularly
Nothing
care
is
for
eating
them.
this, and we have deer, and we swamp behind us.
Yeah, it's the right ones for
Yeah.
this area.
Yeah, that would help that road.
And if I could just point out one more thing, just as a reminder of how we've gotten to this point. If you recall, there was a 2-unit building in the northeast corner,
right there.
yeah, right up in there, which has been since moved, as you know, up to the end of the cul-de-sac. And that allows us to leave a number, you can see those green circles there, a number of existing trees. In terms of that whole historic context, by moving that building, we were able to leave a lot of the existing trees there now. And then a little bit further to the east, I guess, along the edge of the pond. Previously, there was a stormwater swale along the edge of the pond on that north side. I guess it's the north side, I'm a little bit disoriented. Right in through there, though. There was a swale in there that required the removal of a number of trees along the edge of the pond, current trees that are there now. And with the elimination of that, we've been able to, a number, probably 20 trees or so in that area of the pond will now be staying instead of having to be cut down. So that kind of helps again with the whole historic context. And we've left a lot of the existing trees closer to the pond and closer to the house than we were originally.
And I think that's consistent with the other side of the pond. You can see those large, big green circles. Those are existing trees.
Yep.
So I think originally we had taken those out. We had swale in there. We had grading there. We minimized the grading, kept the trees, and meandered the path through the trees as opposed to taking them out to put the path in.
Yep.
Which is a bit of a revision since we were back a month ago or so.
And what's the treatment of the path?
I think we were talking wood chips or stone dust or something that would be accessible. It's a relatively flat walk, so it would be nice if it's accessible, and I think, meaning handicap accessible
Right.
if need be.
Right.
I think stone dust or something like that might be appropriate.
And you talked about the old entrance in front with the gate. You're meeting on site this week,
Yes.
So what is your intention there?
So the intent is to kind of create a little bit more of a classic estate feel, with maybe some sweeping curved walls that kind of come down to the front, with some steps that go up to that plaza there. A little bit more, I think, typical of the times, the historic treatment, kind of a little bit more of a homage to the original building and maybe not so much the new. So it's really kind of that classic opening up of the stairs as they come down to the bottom, and then kind of repeating that as we get up towards the commercial building, so that we kind of created that more of a sinuous line. And like I said, we can have that for you pretty quick to review.
My question is just basically leans on the lighting. Do you plan on doing any perimeter lighting on the footpath around the pond?
No. We originally had bollards there, and then we said, look, we really don't want people there at night. So, it's gonna be from dawn to dusk. That's it.
But you'll have a little
Park.
shed from the street lights. I mean, if somebody wanted to sit
Somewhere.
there on the.
But we're not
on the
looking for
roadside.
people to walk at night. Okay.
Yeah. Miss anything, John?
I don't think so.
You wanna stay here a few more hours?
Maybe one more.
Thank you. So just one thing, as we're concluding, we are, we'll be at your next regularly scheduled meeting. Prior to this meeting, you had mentioned, Mr. Chairman, earlier that there was a May 18th memo that came in with questions relating to traffic, a detailed memo.
Yep.
We hadn't gone through the lens of the traffic engineer, but I had taken a look at that memo through the lens of the hard look that this board is engaged in and as it relates to seeker. And I could say there were 7 points raised in that May 18th memo with many subsections underneath. And I didn't find a single novel point. I think ostensibly it was created to create an impression that things are falling through the cracks. I didn't see that at all. I think everything that was raised in that letter can be brought into the negative declaration resolution, can be pointed to already in site plan iterations that you have reviewed, can be pointed to in discussions relating to, for example, the sidewalk on 118. I'm confident that every single issue that was raised there has been in front of this board and will be articulated in the negative declaration resolution that is presented to you.
And just so you understand from our take.
Yep.
We get a lot of
course.
various emails. We want to make sure that everybody who sent a question in gets an answer.
Absolutely, right.
We really are, and we have been, I think, really vetting a lot of these issues.
Yep.
Our board has been criticized over, I think, the handling of the project in some respects.
Unfairly so, yes.
Well, I would agree with that, but we want to make sure, you know, as my father used to say, we're more Catholic than the Pope. So we want to make sure that every one of these things, and we've told everybody who sends an email, we do look at these.
No, I think, look, I'm not criticizing you bringing it up tonight. I'm
No,
grateful
just-
that you brought it up.
Yep.
But I've just wanted, I think that we're laboring hard to show you that we're crossing the Ts and trying to, cross things off the list,
Yep.
right? We're trying to get there. So when, I think it was intimated this evening that we have to respond to the letter, I just think what we are confident that we can show you, we have or will respond to everything.
Yeah,
that's
if I said respond, I might have misspoke. I do that more than I care to mention. What I want to make sure is that when we get to a point in time where we're ready,
Yeah.
that all these issues are addressed. that we-
Absolutely. That's why I got back up here, just to let you know.
And
We
if I
weren't
did
cr-
say that, I
just didn't know if you wanted a creation of a new memo, because I think we can point to
I
every,
just want to make sure at the end, all these, and we've gotten, God, multitudes of emails of
Sure.
concerns from,
Most of them misinformation,
well, again,
right?
whoever, again, there's so many people bringing these things in, and you don't have to look any further than the paper each week to see something going on. I just want to make sure that from this board, that we've really addressed or talked to all those issues.
I mean, you guys are doing an extraordinary job with the hard look
I
standard.
think we've been, and I appreciate all the help and the responses to us. So, that being said,
I've got just a last comment, not to be answered tonight, but if you would prepare a response to the issue of the abatement or pilot or whatever people refer to it as being lost revenue to the town. I don't see it that way, but that doesn't mean I couldn't be convinced I'm wrong. I'd like to hear your response to the idea of funding the traffic improvements, and just your position on putting up the money to cause those improvements to happen today as opposed to down the road by perhaps somebody else.
Sure.
And the payback of that through an abatement or a pilot program is, I don't know if it's lost revenue or not, so I'd like to hear your position on what that might be.
Sure. Are you asking me for that now, or did you?
No,
want
no, not,
Oh, okay.
I've had it for tonight, so.
Okay.
I think we
I'm
all-
happy to keep
we
going,
all
but I
have-
think we're all, yeah.
No,
No, we're happy to.
no, I'd like you to take time and go through that and take a look at that and.
Yes.
Give us your response when we meet again.
Absolutely, we'll do that. I could also just add to that would also be in your resolution under the fiscal impact analysis under seeker. But I'd like to take that out as a standalone document and report back to the board.
Right. Thank you.
Mark, before you go, you say you're coming back in 2 weeks, or you expect to be back before us at our next meeting before the,
Let me, Yeah, let me
Or
not
we have
screw,
ano-
what is the schedule? Let me not,
Yeah, let's just see where
June
we're at.
8th is the public hearing.
We're having
right,
a
June
public
8th is our
hearing.
public hearing, correct. And June 12th, we're back in front of you. June 12th is the regularly scheduled meeting that we're back for.
And when you say back for, what are you intending to do at that meeting?
Well, we're anticipating that the public hearing on June 8th would be adjourned. We would reopen, we'd ask that the public hearing be reopened on June 12th. We could also, at that point, on June 8th, we'll be providing you with a brief presentation. Most of that evening is for the public. It's not a back and forth, as we know. Then June 12th, we could open the agenda item. We could address certain things that came up, and then we could close the agenda item and then reopen the public hearing. I hope I'm not getting confusing. And then we're hoping that you close the public hearing on June 12th. There, of course, would be a written comment period after that. And then we would be back in front of you, hopefully in contemplation of you having a resolution in front of you to adopt the negative declaration.
I know that's your objective and that's where you'd like us to go, but I think at some point before we get there, we need to run down the EAF and the salient points that are in there and make sure we've got what we need and have our discussion.
Yeah.
So I think that's gotta happen at some point after the public hearing and before we get to the next step, just to make sure we're on.
Right, of course, of course.
I would agree with that, and I'd also say that all the consultants should be here
Yes.
that night, so that any questions the board has, they can ask the consultants, and if the consultants can't answer them, give them a reasonable time frame to
Right.
get back, so we can tie up all the loose ends.
And on that note, just before we close out, if we could, maybe from you, Jim, get, I know there's, at one of the meetings, there was a back and forth about the recreation fees. Obviously, that's another very sensitive topic in town. Can we get your interpretation of what that is?
Yeah.
Not now, but
Good, because.
yeah, no, it's a loaded
And also-
question.
And also the overlay law guidelines.
Yeah, I was
itself.
gonna do that today, but I spent all day today on the Dell Avenue Solar Project. Just reading all that stuff.
Notice how he was holding his head when he said the Dell.
It was 1,600 pages.
It
of
was.
stuff.
It was unbelievable.
Okay,
All right, we good?
what else?
Good. Miss anything? Thank you.
As
very
usual, thank you very much.
Can we table the rest of the agenda?
All right, next we have a town board referral, 2 amendments to the code
Yeah, can
regarding
you-
fences. I
It's
think
all
we
right.
should put Sergio up there to talk to us about this.
What did you do?
He's on the town board. I think we should get our money's worth. So, John,
This is the one with the fences?
yeah, do we have any planning
They
concerns
want
with
to
this?
they want you to get a building permit for a fence now?
No.
No.
Yes.
Well, exempting up
No,
unless,
they're removing the exemption.
oh, they're removing the exemptions?
They're removing the exemption and they're requiring a permit, and they are allowing in the side yard rather than 4 feet, 6.5 feet as in the rear yard.
I don't know if I like that. I never got a 4-foot fence already, I want.
Right now, the requirement is that fences, residential fences in particular, are exempt from a permit. And you can do a 6.5-foot high fence in your rear yard and 4 feet in your side and front. What they want to do here is require a permit and maintain the 6.5 in the rear, allow 6.5 on the side. I think the 4-foot height restriction of 4 feet remains for the front.
What's the purpose, what
4.5.
is the purpose of the permit? Because, I mean, if somebody's putting a fence up on a property line, right, it's up to the property owners to be in agreement that the fence is in the proper place. What, is the building inspector gonna go out and weigh in on every one of these permits?
It's gonna get a permit for every fence. I guess there has been a couple of instances that I've heard of in which someone put up a fence in the side yard over 6 feet or 6.5, and the neighbor complained. So there was a handful of instances.
But that's not the permit issue, that's the height issue. So what's
Height
the,
issue, and, yeah, I could suppose a little bit, but I'm not going to, but I don't know what the permit will prevent. I don't think it's gonna prevent someone from putting up a fence, regardless of what height, without a permit. It's gonna happen anyway, so.
Is there a good neighbor portion of this? Where if you're putting a certain type of fence, a good,
One-sided fence, you gotta put
Yeah.
a good
Oh,
side out.
that's in the code, yeah.
it is? Am I missing it?
Zoning ordinance
Yeah.
already.
It's already in.
It
Yeah, it's
is?
already in there.
They're only moving the height.
The green, oh,
but
okay.
they're also imposing a permit.
Yes.
I'm against that
Probably
permit.
with a cost.
He's enforcing permits now, I mean, it's
Yeah.
just,
Well, I think it was born out of, there were some abuses, and we're just trying to get everything, more copacetic. I mean, so that's
it's,
where
and revenue?
Why
Is it
6.5
revenue as well?
on the side yard?
Is there a fee to this permit?
I don't think there's a fee. I don't recall there being a
There
fee.
has to be.
Why 6.5 on the side? Why go up?
I think that was because a lot of people have been going to 6.5, or we're exceeding the size that was there, so it's
Well,
just
if your
trying to
back
bring
fence
everything
is
in line.
6.5 feet, you would think you'd want the sides and the part that connects to the house to be the same, I would think.
And what side yard now is 4.5 feet or 6 feet?
4.5.
Oh, there's lots of houses that have 6-foot fences between them. I mean, that's,
Well, that's the
Somebody on my
idea
street.
behind it.
What about we need a 24-foot?
that's a hell of a
The
permit.
green monster?
Yeah. I don't know.
What are we thinking?
There's already too many permits. I mean, I get it, right? But I had an issue with my neighbor, and we figured it out. And, it's just, had he done his homework prior to putting the fence up, he would have known where the property line was, wouldn't have had the digging started and all that kind of stuff. And I guess had he gone to get a permit, he would have known that as well. But it
Well-
didn't take a permit for us to resolve it.
Right, and in the case of the side yard that went 6.5, with or without a permit, it's a violation of the code anyway. You go and you tell them to take it down. You don't need the permit for that. And how objectionable is a 4.5-foot fence? I don't think it is in any way. In fact, the architect in me says 6.5-foot fence isn't allowed in the side yards, is maybe the most desirable thing, just in terms of how a neighborhood looks, even in your backyard. Even if you're getting the good side of the fence.
And how about the side yard that abuts 3 or 4 neighbors' backyard?
Yeah.
Like in my house.
Yeah.
So, what's the limiting factor there? Do I put up a 6-foot fence because?
Well, oddly enough, they can put up a 6.5-foot fence, but you can't.
I know. See that? I gotta
Well, it
stand up,
doesn't
I'm getting.
necessarily have to be 6.5 feet, it could be whatever you desire up to 6.5.
So,
It's not specifying that it has to be 6.5.
so Aaron brought up a good point. Do we have any planning issues with this?
I don't see planning issues in it.
Yeah.
No,
And I
I
understand.
don't even know why it's.
And I understand
There you
the
go.
argument where, they worked
So
it out,
Woody Allen
but
has a
that's not always
4.5-foot
the case.
fence?
Yeah. Your
Neighbors don't
Right,
always
no,
work it out.
Your neighbor could be Sergio,
Yeah.
right? Not Garrigan.
I get
Right,
that.
but that raises the question, should the town be involved in
Right.
those squabbles? But at any rate.
That's a private property dispute or a private property issue. Your best side.
It's like the great and powerful Oz.
So you
Move
can,
away.
if you want, you can make a comment that you're not so happy about adding another permit layer for fences, if you want to put that as a comment. I don't know that, I don't know that it's a strict planning comment.
Well, it would only come into becoming a planning issue on a site plan we'd require it to
Yeah,
comply.
and that's,
But that you can
that's
do
the next
anyway.
question, if you give a permit for a fence and you don't have the requirement that it follows the property line, he's got a permit to put up a fence. He put it in the wrong place. Whose fault is it?
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
The only thing I can think of is sight distance. If your neighbor puts up a fence on your property line and your driveway is adjacent to that property line, a 6-foot plus fence, even a 4-foot.
This came up,
But this is only in the side yard, it's not in the front yard.
No, but I'm saying, in a front yard, it's perpendicular to your road,
But it
parallel to
wouldn't
your
go
driveway.
that far.
Why not?
It wouldn't go all the way to the street, would it?
You
No,
could.
you go to the
You
property
could. You got a permit to put a fence,
Okay.
so you go corner.
Well,
to
that's a-
corner
I
to
don't
that's
see
corner
a
to
sight
corner.
distance issue.
That's a planning issue, sight distance, that's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, there's a guy on Wildwood Street that has his fence right behind the curb. It's on town right away. He's got a fence right on the curb.
we have a code in Greenberg that says you have to be a minimum of 5 foot back in the sight distance issues in the code.
Yeah.
Why don't we add that?
But I mean, the fence has to be on your property line. This guy put it in the town right away, right at the curb.
We'll allow it in the right of way if it meets certain parameters. But,
As long as it doesn't block this.
yeah,
Don't model yourself after Greenberg, please.
easy.
I don't
Easy,
think,
Jim.
no, that's a good point, that's the only one that's
Yeah.
worthy of mentioning, I think.
All right.
Okay, we got one more,
We do.
but this one's like,
So the limit on that last one is the sight distance
Sight
issue?
distance.
this was like a circular
Yep.
reasoning here.
All right, so the next, we have
Then
a
they
zoning board
sent it
referral.
back to us.
Yes. 670 East Main Street.
What are they referring?
These
Well-
are the variances that they have to get.
So didn't we
that
send
you
them?
recommended.
We
You
send
send
it
this
to
to them
Right.
with a memo, and they refer it as a matter of course back.
Okay.
I happened to be talking to one of the zoning board members, and they were conducting a site visit this past Saturday.
Okay.
And so they asked for a little bit more of a report by that site visit, so they have, avail themselves of it. So I wrote a little more. And I also say in there, if there's anything else tonight, you're gonna get yet a third memo. So, I don't know if you have anything further on it, but,
No, you've studied this.
See,
to
Yeah.
death.
see prior memos, that's it.
yeah.
All right, and I do know, there's one last thing I think we should just talk about, and I know we brought it up at the last meeting. So what is the will of the board with the public hearing? Do we want to do a time limit?
Oh, that's a good point. Let's
Yeah,
talk
so
about
that
it.
came up last time.
Well, I think we should have a little discussion. The town board has a 3-minute time limit on
Not-
there.
During public hearings too?
No. But they have.
Courtesy of the floor is different.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
3-minute time limit is on courtesy, on a public hearing it is not.
All right, I'll just tell you my opinion, and I'll go with the board majority. I think that if you allow unlimited time, you're just gonna get pontificating and talk about and repeating and just belaboring the point, just to hear themselves talk. If you can't make your point in 3 minutes, you can't make a point. That was my old coach. my
Isn't that a
old days.
risk of all our public hearings have that potential, for someone to get up and speak?
Yeah, and then
And do
there's also the thing of repetition. 5 people get up and say the same thing.
Well, and I think we handled that well in the Costco hearing where,
We did.
I was
Absolutely.
trying to adamant, if you're talking about traffic, we understand the traffic,
Yeah.
we don't need repeat.
repeated.
Yeah.
And another point I wanna make, I think, it's my own opinion, I think a lot of the people that get up and talk are ghost-written. Somebody who has an agenda will write letters, and these people will come up and repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it. I've seen it other places, I've seen it here. Now, that's just my opinion.
Well, a time limit won't address that issue.
You're right.
Someone has 3 minutes to speak, and they all speak on the same thing. I think Rich does a good job of kind of controlling
I kind of agree
the
with
agenda.
both sides of that argument. I don't like restricting people's time to speak,
Right.
but I don't like sitting here hearing the same thing over and over and over again. So my suggestion is that we put an initial time limit of, let's say, 5 minutes. And if you get to 5 minutes and you got more you want to say, you sit down and you go to the end of the line and you can come back up again. and you can do, we'll do that until we exhaust the people, but you're gonna stand there and
ourselves.
be the first or second person and talk for half an hour. That I don't think is fair to everybody else either.
No, and I think I think when we did, so for the public informational hearing, everybody had at it.
Right.
Right? There was no limits, we had.
But this is
Yeah.
this is the last shot, and people are gonna
No,
say
I
what
hear
they
you.
wanna say. And
But-
I'm perfectly willing
Should
to
be
listen
able
to
to.
what they have to say, but not somebody
It's,
who.
if it's substantive, right? If it,
Yeah, but how are you gonna call that?
well, if someone comes up, let's say Jim comes up and he's talking about traffic, and then the next person comes up and talk, we heard about traffic. It's part of our, and I always say, ask a question, don't make a comment. Comments are noted, questions have to be answered. So if you ask a question and the question's about traffic, we've done that. If it's a question about wetlands, unless there's a different question about the wetlands, that's the way we kind of handled the Costco. But again, I'm one member, whatever you guys want to do, we'll abide by. If you want to do a 5-minute and then have them circle back around, whatever you guys think.
I mean, I know the frustration is sitting here and hearing some of the stuff that we have to hear,
Oh.
if you hear it over and over again. And it's gonna be, we're gonna be here all night, we already know that. But what I'm saying is, in principle, I don't like limiting somebody's ability to say what they wanna say.
Right.
But I'm willing to say, listen, you can't dominate the meeting for half an hour while the rest of the public is sitting here, perhaps with very good comments to make. You get 5 minutes, and then somebody else speaks for 5 minutes, and if you got more you wanna say, you're welcome to come back after other people get their.
I'm just.
But Rich, you could do that. You could suggest to somebody, I mean, without putting a time limit, because I do think people should have their chance to say what they
Right.
want to say.
Right.
But again, I come back to my term, I kind of keep saying this term, be reasonable and respectful, right?
Right.
You'll set the ground rules about being respectful to each other, not just to us,
Yeah.
but to everyone in the crowd. Nobody wants to be there till 2 a.m.
No.
And being reasonable in terms of the amount of time they take. And if somebody is going too long, I think
You
you
gotta cut it
could,
off.
and maybe it's not parliamentary procedure, but I think there's a way you could say, if you could wrap this up in a couple of minutes, that would be appreciated by all of us.
And I think we did that at the Costco, right? I mean, I thought that was handled for the amount of people we had. And again, when I look out at the audience, I will tell you, one person's been consistently here on the sound view, the Susan. I don't see, what we saw during the public information. Doesn't mean they're not gonna come out, but, I think as we've gone through and really tried to vet these things, I don't know.
I have run lots of meetings myself, and I know what you guys are talking about. But I think in a case like this, it's more important that people get a chance to express themselves. But I have every confidence in your ability, Rich, to basically kind of keep a handle on things and prevent it from getting out of hand so that someone doesn't speak for half an hour.
Right. Well, I have confidence in you as well, but I don't know that the public may not take advantage of your good nature, so to speak.
And I think at the
And
last
maybe
time.
we use that as a fallback. It's like if everybody doesn't show the courtesy that they should be showing, that the fallback is that's what we're gonna go to.
Could do
Maybe
that.
we keep that as a backup, because it could be, I'm anticipating we'll bring a sleeping bag and we're gonna be here.
I don't know.
I just get that feeling that it's gonna be a lengthy conversation.
I'm optimistic that it's going to be a good discussion, and maybe I'm being silly here, but there's been so much information, so much time spent, that if people are reading everything that comes out and listening to the plan and the way it's evolving, they may not agree, and yes, for that reason, they may speak and speak and speak, because they still will disagree. But they should have their
We've had
opportunity to
comments
speak.
way after, we've had comments about certain things that the answer has been given months before. And
I agree.
people still make some
I agree.
comments about some things that have been asked and answered.
Well,
So I think that's gonna continue, and you're gonna hear it again at the public hearing.
May have
And I'm
to
just
be-
saying, if we're gonna experience that, there's gotta be some mechanism that the rest of the public that maybe is more up to date on some of the information,
What I
that
was-
everybody doesn't have to suffer through that.
You may have to do handle a misinformation, because what the possibility exists that the newspapers are gonna come out with questions that are out of this world, and some people will buy it, some people will pass notes amongst themselves, go up and ask this question, go up and ask it. You may have to handle some of the misinformation and say, we're gonna set the record straight.
That's not,
They're not
that's,
ta-
That's not our
that's
job.
not the purpose of the public hearing to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're gonna
We do
start
that-
answering questions about
But-
tearing down the house, that's been answered.
But-
Asked
but,
and answered.
Bob,
I thought that was what was really nice about what Mark said. Their idea of having the public hearing on the 8th
Yeah, they're
and
coming
then
back.
using the 12th as a way to respond.
That's the way it
I-
needs,
I
it
thought that
needs
was
to
a
be done
very-
afterwards.
Right.
Don't do, we're not here to debate people when they come up and speak, or to correct them, or to really
But then
respond.
that wasn't gonna be done before it was gonna be done preemptive, it was gonna be done before they speak. It was brought to our attention in the newspapers this week, this, and this. All of that is false.
Correct.
But I think the time to do that is when you make your decision.
Yeah.
Not during a public hearing.
No.
I mean, you know, if someone makes personal attacks.
No, we've, yeah, and
That's a different story. That I don't think they should be allowed to do. But if somebody says something, I have to assume the reason they're saying it is because they believe it. And if they believe it and it happens to be wrong, like the person who says the world's gonna end on June 16th, they probably believe it.
That's not true?
And they're gonna feel like an asshole the next time
That's
when,
the case. Let's
you know, they
postpone.
wake up and it's the
Assholes
17th and the
are
whole
assholes.
world's still here. But
Look, James, we're on TV. Yeah, we're on TV, guys. So you guys,
It's late night TV.
that's right. Whoever's watching deserves it.
Honestly, I'm with Rich. You know, and it's just my opinion. You know, let people speak. You know, if you want to give them a suggested time limit where they could come back, you know, they could speak for 5 minutes and then come back again, speak another 5 minutes. So this way you give everybody else the opportunity, because you make a good point that, you know, there are other people that do want to speak as well. So we're trying to be
Town board has
sensitive
done
to
that.
everybody getting their voice out, but you know, you could have multiple, you know,
Come up 2 or 3 times.
opportunities, if you want.
I mean,
But
I think there
you
was
gotta
like
let people speak.
43
All right,
people who
so why don't
spoke
we
public information.
See what happens, and we'll have to
43?
fly by the
Something
seat of
like
our
that,
pants a
yeah.
little bit. Let's see how many people actually show up. All right, and I have to tell you, in all my time here, the residents of Yorktown have always been very respectful.
Are we doing it here? Do we
No,
know
we're at the nature center, or the nature, I'm at work. At the
Go to the nature center.
Nature center.
The YCC.
It's Edgemont, YCC.
We're at the stage?
There in the YCC Nutrition Center or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry, Tom.
theater?
Has that been decided?
Huh?
Where are we?
I think Robin noticed it, yeah.
Where is it? Is it here?
Yeah.
Nutrition.
And we had that before, we had Costco
So
there.
can it be televised or will it not be?
Richard, we're gonna have a sign-up list.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sign up,
But, Tom, will it be recorded?
yes. But not live.
Okay.
So, well, I think we handle it just the way we did Costco. And we've had other public hearings that have
Go
been,
listen to the guy behind the curtain.
yeah, Oz. But, again, I've never seen anybody from Yorktown be disrespectful. And I think Costco, there was another one we had where there was a lot of people, it was in here.
I don't
Oh,
think
I
anybody
remember. Yeah,
suggested
no,
it
I
be
remember
disrespectful.
doing
And
that.
we organize it
Well,
because
yeah, and I think,
the disrespect, it maybe is too strong a term, but if somebody dominates the conversation for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, we can't have that.
Everybody else is gonna be.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Not just us, but I mean, the people who came here to speak and wanna be heard, they deserve to
they
be
don't want to
heard.
wait till midnight.
They
Yeah,
shouldn't have to.
and I think the way it was handled with Costco and others, I think maybe that's the same approach. If someone's getting, we gotta limit it, can you close it up? And if it gets repetitive, we've heard this, it was formed in a question, so it's gonna get answered, not a comment.
I don't know how much you want to answer stuff, but
No, not then, but,
Listen, tell people
So I say.
that they've gotta do this, otherwise we reserve the right to put it on.
that's all,
timeline.
and then we'll have to switch back. All right,
Sergio's gonna be the heavy.
yeah. I wanna know what happened with Sergio's fence. Okay, do I have a motion to close the meeting?
Motion.
Motion. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Night, Yorktown.
Oh, yes, I'm